Harry Potter and the Ancient Blood Ritual that Awakened Every Ancestor in his Bloodline Chapter 1, The Awakening. Harry slammed the ancient tome shut, dust billowing across the library table. 3 weeks of sneaking into the restricted section after hours, and he was no closer to finding what he needed. Sirius was gone. Dumbledore had finally revealed the prophecy. And here he was, just a 16-year-old wizard expected to somehow defeat the most powerful dark wizard in a century. Bloody useless, he muttered, shoving the book away. Madame Pants shot him a venomous look from across the library, and Harry ducked his head, pretending to take notes. The Christmas holidays were approaching fast, and he'd made zero progress on finding something, anything, that might give him an edge against Voldemort. "You're still here." Hermione's voice came from behind him, followed by the thud of her overstuffed bag hitting the floor. "Harry, it's nearly curfew." "I know what time it is," he snapped, then immediately regretted it when hurt flashed across her face. "Sorry. I'm just frustrated." Ron dropped into the chair beside him, looking between the stack of rejected books and Harry's disheveled appearance. "Still hunting for super-secret magic to kick you-know-whose arse?" "Something like that." Harry ran both hands through his hair, making it stand up even worse than usual. "Fat lot of good it's doing me." Hermione bit her lip, clearly wrestling with herself. "Harry, I've been thinking. Maybe we're going about this all wrong. You don't need some obscure spell or, what then?" Harry cut her off. "Should I just ask Voldemort nicely to stand still while I try to disarm him again? Because that worked brilliantly in the graveyard." Ron winced. "Mate, no, I'm serious. Everyone keeps saying I'm supposed to have power the Dark Lord knows not, but what is it? Love?" Harry laughed humorlessly. "Great, I'll just hug him to death." "Harry James Potter." Hermione's voice was quiet but firm, drawing his attention immediately. "Are you quite finished?" Harry deflated. "Yeah. Sorry. What I was trying to say," she continued, "is that maybe instead of looking for some specific spell to use against Voldemort, we should be researching ways to enhance your natural abilities. Something that builds on what you already have." Ron nodded enthusiastically. "Like how you're already brilliant at defense. Or how you have natural talent with certain types of magic," Hermione added. Harry considered this. "That, actually makes sense." "Don't sound so surprised," Hermione said, rolling her eyes. She pulled a small book from her bag and slid it across to him. "Try this. It's about magical inheritance and bloodline gifts." Harry picked it up. "Where'd you get this?" "Professor McGonagall gave me permission to access some of the faculty research materials for my transfiguration project. I came across this and thought it might help." The slim volume was titled Bloodline Magics, Inheritance and Awakening. Harry flipped through it, scanning the yellowed pages until a phrase caught his eye: "In rare cases, witches and wizards of ancient lineage may access dormant magical abilities through specific rituals designed to connect with ancestral power." "Hermione, you're brilliant." Harry sat up straight, suddenly alert. "What? What did you find?" She leaned over, trying to see what had captured his interest. "Listen to this," Harry read aloud, his voice quickening with excitement. "The ritual of ancestral awakening allows a wizard to tap into the magical knowledge and abilities passed down through their bloodline, though dormant in the current generation. Few families retain the knowledge of such rituals, as they fell out of favor in the 17th century due to unpredictable results and the Ministry's increasing regulation of blood magic." Ron frowned. "Blood magic? Sounds dodgy, mate." "Not all blood magic is dark," Hermione said, though she looked concerned. "But it is complex and potentially dangerous. My parents died to protect me," Harry said quietly. "My mother's sacrifice, her blood, created a protection so powerful it defeated Voldemort once. What if there's more to my family's magic than I know about? Do Potters even have special abilities?" Ron asked. "I mean, no offense, but I've never heard of any Potter family magic like some of the old pureblood families claim. Harry felt a familiar frustration bubbling up. That's just it, I don't know. I know nothing about my family beyond my parents. No one ever talks about the Potters as a magical line. The book doesn't give specific instructions for the ritual, does it? Hermione asked, her brow furrowed. Harry skimmed the remaining pages. No, just vague references. But it's a start. Harry. Hermione's voice carried a warning tone. I know what you're going to say, he sighed. It's dangerous, we don't have enough information, we should talk to Dumbledore first. All true points, she agreed. But Dumbledore's barely looking at me this year, let alone having actual conversations. Harry closed the book. And time's running out. I need every advantage I can get. Ron looked between his friends. So what's the plan, then? Harry stood up, decision made. We keep researching, but quietly. And when Christmas break starts, we'll have 2 weeks at Grimmauld Place, with access to the Black family library. Sirius did say everything in that house was his to share with you, Ron said, nodding slowly. Exactly. Harry packed up his things, a sense of purpose finally replacing the helplessness he'd been feeling for weeks. If anyone had books on ancient blood rituals, it would be the Blacks. Grimmauld Place was eerily silent when they arrived for Christmas break. Without Sirius's booming laugh or Mrs. Weasley's constant cooking, the house felt hollow, the grief of its absent owner still hanging in the air like the persistent smell of damp. Harry stood in the hallway, trunk still in hand, as memories of his godfather washed over him. Sirius dancing around the kitchen at Christmas. Sirius singing carols at the top of his lungs just to annoy the portrait of his mother. Sirius giving him that knife. You all right, Harry? Ron asked quietly, breaking him out of his thoughts. Yeah. Harry cleared his throat. Let's get settled in. The next morning, Harry slipped into the Black family library while the others were still asleep. He'd been here before, of course, but had never paid much attention to the collection. Now, he scanned the titles carefully, pulling books that might contain information about ancestry magic or blood rituals. By the time Ron stumbled in looking for him, Harry had a stack of promising volumes. Blimey, you're channeling Hermione, Ron yawned, dropping into an armchair. Find anything good? Maybe. Harry held up a particularly old book bound in faded red leather. Ancient Blood Rites of Noble Houses. And this one, he gestured to a black tome with silver lettering, Awakening Dormant Magic, a guide to hereditary power. Looks cheery, Ron said, eyeing the black book warily. What's that one do, teach you to talk to dead relatives? Harry laughed, but then paused, his smile fading. Actually, yeah, sort of. It talks about communing with ancestral magic. Not like necromancy, he added quickly, seeing Ron's expression. More like, accessing the magical knowledge and memories passed down through your bloodline. That doesn't sound so bad, Ron admitted. But do you even know enough about your family to make it work? Harry's enthusiasm dimmed. That's the problem. I don't know anything about the Potters beyond my dad. The ritual needs specifics, family names, dates, achievements. He sighed, running a hand through his hair. I need a family tree or records or something, but I've got nothing. What about your mum's side? Ron suggested. They were Muggles, Harry said automatically. Yeah, but, your mum wasn't, was she? She had to have gotten her magic from somewhere, even if her parents were Muggles. Harry stared at his friend, momentarily speechless. It was such an obvious point, but one he'd never considered. Ron, that's, actually really insightful. Ron's ears turned red. Don't sound so surprised. Sorry, it's just, you're right. Even if my grandparents were Muggles, my mum must have had some magical ancestry somewhere. Hermione too. A new direction formed in Harry's mind. If he could find information about his mother's magical lineage, combined with whatever he could piece together about the Potters. Kreacher shuffled into the library, muttering darkly about blood traders and half-bloods touching the noble family's possessions. Harry, used to the elf's constant grumbling, barely glanced up until Kreacher said something that caught his attention. Just like the mud-blood, going through Mistress's belongings, taking things that didn't belong to her. Harry's head snapped up. What did you say? What mud-blood? Kreacher glared at him with loathing. The red-haired mud-blood who came with Master James. Always sneaking, always taking. Found things in the attic she had no right to touch. My mother? Lily Potter was here. When? Before the Dark Lord killed them, Kreacher said with cruel indifference. She took books from the attic study. Old books that belonged to the Blacks. Harry stood up so quickly he knocked over a stack of books. What books? What was she looking for? Kreacher doesn't know, Kreacher doesn't care. Mistress was most displeased when she found out. Where's the attic study? Harry demanded. Kreacher looked as though he might refuse, but finally jerked his head toward the ceiling. Top floor, behind the painting of Elidora Black. Password is toujours per. Harry was already heading for the door, Ron following close behind. Thanks, Kreacher. Harry, slow down. Ron called, taking the stairs 2 at a time to keep up. What are you thinking? My mum was researching something here, Harry said over his shoulder, not breaking stride. Something important enough that she risked angering Mrs. Black by taking books. But that was, 16 years ago. Whatever she was looking for is probably long gone. Maybe not, Harry replied, reaching the top landing. If she was researching something about magical bloodlines, maybe she left notes. Kreacher said she took books, but he didn't say she emptied the room. The top floor was dusty and clearly hadn't been used in years. They found the portrait of Elidora Black, a stern-looking witch with the family's characteristic high cheekbones and haughty expression, guarding a section of wall that appeared solid. Toujours per, Harry said, feeling slightly ridiculous talking to a painting. Elidora sneered at him. You are no Black. No, but I'm Sirius Black's godson and heir, Harry replied firmly. This house belongs to me now. The portrait looked startled, then angry, but the wall behind her shimmered and revealed a hidden door. Harry pushed it open, sending up clouds of dust that made them both cough. The attic study was small but elegant, with a single desk positioned beneath a circular window, bookshelves lining the walls, and a comfortable-looking armchair in one corner. Unlike the rest of the house, which bore the dark, oppressive decor favored by the Blacks, this room had a lighter feel. The wallpaper was faded blue rather than green or black, and the furniture was polished cherry wood instead of the usual ebony. This doesn't look like the rest of the house, Ron observed. No, Harry agreed, moving toward the desk. I bet this belonged to someone who didn't fit the typical Black mold. The desk drawers were locked, but a simple Alohomora opened them. Inside, Harry found what looked like research notes in various handwritings, some dating back over a century. He rifled through them until something made his heart stop, a page covered in handwriting he recognized from the few samples he'd seen over the years. His mother's handwriting. Ron, he said hoarsely, holding up the page with shaking hands. This is my mum's. Ron moved closer, eyes wide. Are you sure? Positive. Harry began to read, his voice barely above a whisper. October 18, 1980. James thinks I'm being paranoid, but I know what I heard in Dumbledore's office. A prophecy about our son. About Harry. James says we should trust Dumbledore to handle it, but I can't just sit back and hope for the best when my baby's life is at stake. The books I borrowed from the Black Library confirm what I suspected. There are protections beyond what modern magic teaches, protections rooted in blood and ancestry. Magic far older than the Ministry's regulations. My research into magical genealogy has been fascinating. While my parents were indeed Muggles, I've traced my family back to a squib line from the Selwyn family, which explains my magical ability despite my immediate Muggle parentage. More interestingly, when combined with what I found in the Potter family vault, it suggests Harry has inherited magical bloodlines of significant power. James comes from the Peverills through the Potter line, of course, but there's more. The Potters intermarried with descendants of Godric Gryffindor in the 14th century. There's even a distant connection to the ancient Arthurian mages through James's mother's family, the Fleamonts. The ritual of ancestral awakening could potentially give Harry access to this combined magical heritage. Not now, of course, he's just a baby. But someday, if he needs it, if the worst happens and James and I aren't there to protect him. I've hidden my complete notes and ritual instructions in my personal journal, which I've placed in the Potter vault with a charm keyed to Harry's blood. Only he will be able to open it when he comes of age. Just in case. The entry ended there. Harry looked up at Ron, his mind racing. She knew, he said, his voice hollow. She knew about the prophecy, even back then. And she was trying to find a way to protect me. Blimey, Ron breathed. So there really is something to this ancestry magic stuff. Harry stared at the page in his hands. She said her notes and the ritual instructions are in a journal in my family vault. But you'd need to go to Gringotts to access it, and you can't do that until after the holidays. Harry paced the small room. Maybe, maybe not. She said she charmed it to open only for me, keyed to my blood. He turned to Ron, excitement building. What if it's like the Marauder's map? What if I just need to prove I'm her son? Worth a try, I guess, but how would you even summon it? Harry thought for a moment, then removed his wand. Worth a shot. Accio Lily Potter's journal. Nothing happened. It was a long shot, Ron shrugged. Wait. Harry closed his eyes, concentrating on what he knew about his mother. She was clever, methodical. If she hid something for him to find later, she would have made it accessible when he needed it most. What if? He raised his wand again. Accio, my mother's protection. The air stirred, and a moment later they heard a distant thumping sound, growing louder as it approached. Something was moving through the house, coming toward them. Bloody hell, it worked. Ron exclaimed as a small object burst through the study door and sailed straight into Harry's outstretched hand. It was a small, leather-bound journal with a lily etched into its cover. When Harry touched it, he felt a warm pulse of magic, as if the book recognized him. How do we open it? Ron asked, peering over his shoulder. Harry remembered his mother's words, charmed to Harry's blood. Blood magic again. Without hesitation, he pricked his finger on a splinter from the ancient desk and pressed the droplet to the cover of the journal. The book quivered in his hands, then fell open. Inside, written in his mother's neat handwriting, was everything Harry had been searching for. Detailed notes on magical ancestry. Family trees for both the Evans and Potter lines, tracing magical connections back centuries. And, most importantly, complete instructions for the ritual of ancestral awakening. This is it, Harry whispered, scanning the pages. This is exactly what we need. Should we wait for Hermione before we try anything? Ron asked, looking nervous. You know how she gets about rushing into things. Harry hesitated. On one hand, Hermione's caution had saved them many times. On the other hand, her immediate reaction would be to tell an adult, and Harry couldn't risk having the journal confiscated. Not when it was his mother's final gift to him. Let's review it first, he compromised. If it seems too dangerous, we'll talk to Hermione. They spent the rest of the day poring over Lily's journal. The ritual itself was surprisingly straightforward, though it required specific components. A ritual circle drawn with salt mixed with crushed moonstone candles positioned at cardinal points, enchanted with specific runes, a potion to be consumed before the ritual began, a chant in an ancient language, phonetically transcribed by Lily, and most importantly, blood freely given by the caster. The blood component is small, Harry noted, reading Lily's annotations. Just 3 drops into the potion and another 7 to activate the ritual circle. Still blood magic, though, Ron said warily. Dad always says blood magic is tricky, powerful but unpredictable. My mum knew what she was doing, Harry insisted. Look at these notes, she calculated everything. The worst that could happen is it doesn't work. That wasn't entirely true, and they both knew it. Lily's journal included warnings about potential side effects, magical exhaustion, temporary loss of control over one's magic, and in rare cases, personality changes as ancestral traits manifested. But compared to facing Voldemort unprepared, these risks seemed acceptable to Harry. We need to decide soon, Harry said, checking his watch. Everyone will be back from shopping in a couple of hours. Ron looked torn. I think we should tell Hermione. We will, Harry promised. After. If we tell her before, she'll try to stop us. Fine, Ron sighed. But if this turns you into some weird pureblood prat with 100 dead relatives in your head, I'm blaming you. Harry laughed despite himself. Deal. They chose the basement kitchen for the ritual. It was large, rarely used since Mrs. Weasley wasn't there cooking, and the stone floor made drawing the ritual circle easier. They worked quickly, gathering ingredients from the Black family's extensive potion stores and setting up according to Lily's precise instructions. Are you sure about the potion? Ron asked, eyeing the simmering cauldron dubiously. It's supposed to be purple, not, whatever that color is. Harry consulted the journal again. Mum says it should be deep violet with silver streaks when properly prepared. This looks right to me. The potion contains standard ingredients like valerian root and powdered moonstone, but also more unusual components, 3 strands of Harry's hair, essence of belladonna, and powdered dragon fang. Lily's notes indicated it would create a temporary heightened state of consciousness, allowing Harry to perceive the ancestral magic more clearly. With the circle drawn and the candles lit, Harry ladled the potion into a silver goblet. According to the ritual instructions, he needed to drink the potion, then immediately prick his finger and add 7 drops of blood to the circle while reciting the incantation. Last chance to back out, Ron said, looking nervous but determined to support his friend. Harry shook his head. I've been helpless too long. Voldemort, Umbridge, even Dumbledore, everyone else making decisions about my life. This is my choice. He raised the goblet in a mock toast. Here goes nothing. He drank the potion in 3 large gulps, grimacing at the bitter taste. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the room began to shimmer at the edges of his vision, and he felt a strange lightness in his limbs. Harry. Ron's voice seemed to come from very far away. I'm fine, Harry managed. The potion's working. Moving with deliberate care, he stepped into the center of the ritual circle. The salt and moonstone mixture glowed faintly in the candlelight. Harry removed a small silver knife, borrowed from the kitchen, and pricked his index finger. Blood welled up, gleaming ruby red. He allowed 7 drops to fall onto the circle while reciting the incantation Lily had transcribed, Sanguine meum, sanguine maiorum. Voco vas. Expurge face hereditatem meme. Animos et magicum vestram mihi ostend. As the final drop of blood hit the circle, the mixture flared with brilliant white light. The candles blazed up to the ceiling, their flames turning from orange to blue to pure white. The air in the room grew heavy, charged with magic that made Ron's hair stand on end. Harry stood frozen in the center of the circle, his eyes wide and unfocused. The light from the circle spiraled upward, enveloping him in a cocoon of shimmering magic that grew brighter and brighter until Ron had to shield his eyes. Harry, he shouted, but his voice was lost in the sudden rush of wind that filled the kitchen, swirling around Harry in a vortex of power. Inside the maelstrom, Harry experienced something beyond description. It wasn't like seeing memories in a pensieve or even the bizarre sensation of Voldemort invading his mind. This was deeper, more fundamental, as if every cell in his body was being rewritten with new information. He saw faces flashing before him, hundreds of them, each one leaving an impression of knowledge, personality, and magical skill. Some lingered longer than others, a man with wild dark hair and a mischievous smile, crafting potions in a medieval workshop. A stern-faced woman with Harry's green eyes, dueling 3 wizards simultaneously. An elderly wizard addressing the Wizengamot, his words carrying such authority that the entire assembly fell silent. A young man hiding beneath a cloak of shimmering fabric, evading a hooded figure carrying a staff. Faster and faster the images came, each one burning itself into Harry's consciousness until he felt his mind would burst from the influx of information. Languages he'd never studied became intelligible. Spells he'd never heard of took shape in his mind, complete with wand movements and incantations. Potion recipes, magical theory, historical events witnessed firsthand, all of it poured into him in a torrent of ancestral memory. And through it all, a building pressure of magic, raw, untamed power seeking an outlet. It built and built until Harry could contain it no longer. With a scream that shook the foundations of Grimmauld Place, Harry released the magic in a concussive wave that extinguished the candles, obliterated the ritual circle, and knocked Ron clean off his feet. Then Harry Potter collapsed unconscious to the floor. Miles away, in the opulent drawing room of Malfoy Manor, Lord Voldemort jerked upright in his chair, red eyes widening in shock. Pain lanced through the connection he shared with Harry Potter, not the usual pain of their minds touching, but something deeper and more profound. Power. Incredible, ancient power, surging through the boy's veins. "My lord?" Bellatrix Lestrange asked, alarmed by his sudden movement. "What is it?" Voldemort raised a hand for silence, focusing all his attention on the foreign sensation. Through the link, he could feel magic awakening in Potter, magic that tasted of centuries, of bloodlines and inheritance. "Potter," he hissed, his voice barely above a whisper. "What have you done?" Nagini, sensing her master's agitation, slithered closer, hissing questioningly. "The boy has accessed something unexpected," Voldemort told her in Parseltongue. "Something old. Something familiar." He closed his eyes, pushing deeper into the connection, trying to understand what he was feeling. And there, beneath the chaotic surge of newly awakened power, he sensed a pattern he recognized, magic that resonated with his own in a way that should not have been possible. Voldemort's eyes snapped open. "Severus," he called sharply. Snape stepped forward from the shadows where he had been waiting. "My lord. Go to the school. Check the ancient records of magical genealogy. I want to know everything about Potter's ancestry, both paternal and maternal lines." "Potter's ancestry, my lord." Snape's expression betrayed nothing, but his tone held a note of surprise. "Do not question me, Severus. Something has changed. The boy has performed some ritual, blood magic, ancient and powerful. I must know what bloodlines he has awakened. At once, my lord." Snape bowed and turned to leave. "And Severus?" Voldemort called after him. "Tell no one of this task. Not even Dumbledore. Especially not Dumbledore." As Snape departed, Voldemort turned to Bellatrix. "Send word to our contacts in the Ministry. I want any information they can find about ancient blood rituals, particularly those involving ancestral awakening." "Blood rituals?" Bellatrix's eyes gleamed with fanatical interest. "Has the little baby Potter been playing with dark magic?" "Not dark, Bella. Old. Older than our modern distinctions of dark and light." Voldemort tapped his long fingers against the arm of his chair. "How very unexpected of him. Perhaps I have underestimated the boy's resourcefulness." He stood abruptly. "I must meditate on this development. Leave me." When the room had emptied, Voldemort moved to the center of the drawing room and closed his eyes once more, reaching out through the connection to Harry Potter. The boy was unconscious now, the ritual completed, but the magic continued to settle into his core, restructuring and enhancing his natural abilities. "So, Potter," Voldemort murmured to himself, "you seek power in your bloodline. How Slytherin of you." He smiled thinly. "Let us see what ancestors you have awakened, and whether they will be enough to save you." Harry awoke to someone slapping his face. Up. Harry, wake up. Oh God, Ron, what if he's fine, Hermione, look, he's moving. Harry opened his eyes to find Hermione kneeling beside him, her face pale with worry, and Ron hovering anxiously behind her. The basement kitchen was a disaster, furniture overturned, cabinets blown open, and a fine layer of salt and moonstone dust covering everything. What happened? He croaked, his throat painfully dry. What happened? Hermione's voice rose shrilly. You performed an illegal blood ritual without telling me, that's what happened. Technically, it's only restricted, not illegal, Harry muttered, then winced as his head throbbed. How long was I out? About an hour, Ron said. I was going to get help, but then Hermione came back early from shopping with Ginny and found Ron trying to clean up evidence of forbidden magic while you were unconscious on the floor. Hermione finished. Harry, what were you thinking? Harry slowly sat up, expecting dizziness or nausea. Instead, he felt different. Stronger somehow, more grounded. And there was something else, a strange awareness at the back of his mind, like distant voices murmuring just below the threshold of hearing. I was thinking I need every advantage I can get against Voldemort, he said quietly. And it worked, Hermione. I can feel it. Feel what, exactly, she demanded, though her anger was already giving way to scientific curiosity. Before Harry could answer, one of the voices in his mind grew clearer, pushing forward until it seemed to speak directly into his consciousness. The girl asks reasonable questions. You might tell her that you now host the collective magical knowledge of 17 generations of Potters, 3 branches of Peverils, and a smattering of other magical lineages. Harry froze. The voice in his head was male, elderly, with an accent he couldn't quite place, somewhere between modern British and something much older. Harry? Ron prompted when he didn't respond. You okay, mate? Harry swallowed hard. I think one of my ancestors just spoke to me. Hermione's eyes widened. In your head? Like Voldemort does? Harry shook his head. No, this is different. Less invasive. More like they're sharing space with me, not trying to possess me. Quite right, the voice agreed. We are memories, knowledge, and a touch of consciousness, echoes of your forebears preserved in your bloodline. We cannot control you unless you permit it. He says they're like memories with consciousness, Harry relayed. They can't control me. They? Ron repeated nervously. How many of them are there? Harry listened to the background murmur of voices. A lot. But most of them are just impressions, not full personalities. Only a few seem fully aware. Hermione, despite her initial anger, was now thoroughly fascinated. Can you ask them questions? Find out who they are. Harry directed his thoughts inward. Who are you? The one speaking to me now. Ah, forgiveness, young heir. I am Ralston Potter, 7 generations removed from you. I served on the Wisengamot during the 17th century and championed the International Statute of Secrecy. Others will introduce themselves as needed, but for now, you should rest. The awakening is taxing on both body and mind. He says his name is Ralston Potter, Harry told his friends. He was on the Wisengamot in the 1600s. Hermione's academic curiosity fully eclipsed her anger now. This is extraordinary. Harry, do you realize what this means? You have access to historical witnesses from centuries ago. I'm more interested in what magic they can teach me, Harry admitted. He flexed his fingers, feeling magic coursing through them with new intensity. I feel different. Stronger. Different how? Hermione pressed. Harry considered. It's like, before, my magic was a single channel of water. Now it's a river with dozens of tributaries flowing into it. Same water, but more of it, from different sources. He looked at his wand, lying on the floor where he dropped it during the ritual. As he reached for it, it flew to his hand without him consciously casting a spell. "Whoa," Ron breathed. "Wandless magic." "I didn't mean to do that," Harry said, surprised. "It just happened." "Your core is still adjusting," Ralston's voice explained. "Your intent is triggering magic without the usual focus required. It will stabilize with time." Before Harry could relay this information, another voice pushed forward in his mind, younger, female, with a musical quality to her speech. "Grandson, you must shield your mind now. The Dark One will have felt the surge. He will seek to understand what has happened." Harry stiffened. "Voldemort. He'll have felt the ritual through our connection." Hermione gasped. "Harry. I didn't even think of that." "We need to get you somewhere safe," Ron said, looking around as if expecting Death Eaters to apparate into the kitchen at any moment. "No," Harry said firmly. "If he felt it, running won't help. I need to learn to control this, quickly." He turned to Hermione. "Can you help me strengthen my occlumency?" "I've been studying it, but I'm not an expert," she warned. "But yes, we should start right away." Harry stood up, surprised to find his usual post-magical exhaustion symptoms absent. No weakness in his limbs, no throbbing headache, no depleted magical core. If anything, he felt more energized than before. "The ritual draws on ancestral magic to replenish what it uses," new voice explained, male, scholarly in tone. "You access not only our knowledge but also the ambient magical energy our lineage has accumulated over generations." Harry shook his head in wonder. "This is going to take some getting used to." "What is?" Ron asked. "Having a committee meeting in my head every time I have a question," Harry said dryly. As they left the kitchen, Harry felt a presence brush against his mind, not one of his ancestors, but a familiar, malevolent consciousness that had plagued him for years. Voldemort, probing at their connection. Instinctively, Harry threw up mental defenses. Not the clumsy barriers Snape had tried to teach him, but something more sophisticated, a layered shield technique one of his ancestors pushed into his conscious mind. To his shock, it worked. The probing presence withdrew, blocked by defenses Harry hadn't possessed an hour ago. "Well done, grandson," the female voice from earlier praised. "But he will try again, more forcefully next time. We must prepare." "Who are you?" Harry asked silently as they climbed the stairs. "I am Iolanthe Peverell, born a Potter. I married into the Peverell line, bringing their heirloom back to the Potter family after centuries." Harry nearly tripped on the stairs. "Peverell? As in?" "Yes, child. The creators of what you know as the Deathly Hallows. Your invisibility cloak is more significant than you realize." "Harry?" Hermione touched his arm. "You went completely pale. What's wrong?" "Nothing's wrong," he said slowly. "But I think things just got a lot more complicated." The days that followed were a crash course in managing his new abilities. The ancestral voices gradually organized themselves into a more coherent system, most remaining dormant in the background until their specific knowledge was needed, while a few stronger personalities emerged as regular presences in Harry's mind. Ralston Potter became a sort of mentor, his centuries of political and magical experience providing context and guidance. Iolanthe Peverell taught Harry advanced shielding magic, both mental and physical. Linfred of Stinchcombe, known as the Potterer and founder of the Potter family fortune, shared his extensive knowledge of potions and herbal magic. And most surprisingly, a distant ancestor from his mother's side named Alara Selwyn offered insights into charms and elemental magic that had been Lily's strengths as well. Hermione, after her initial anger faded, became obsessed with cataloging every bit of historical information Harry's ancestors could provide. She created a complex system of notebooks labeled by century and magical discipline, filling them with everything from medieval potion recipes to first-hand accounts of the Goblin rebellions. Ron, meanwhile, proved unexpectedly valuable in helping Harry manage the multiple voices and perspectives. His strategic mind and chess player's ability to think several moves ahead allowed him to synthesize conflicting ancestral advice into coherent action plans. "It's like you're the king on the board," Ron explained one evening as they practiced dueling in the empty drawing room. "And each ancestor is a different piece with different movements. My job is to help you coordinate them so they're not all trying to move you in different directions at once." Harry grinned as he deflected 3 stunners in rapid succession with a shield technique Iolanthe had taught him. "That actually makes perfect sense." Ginny and the twins returned to Grimmauld Place 3 days after the ritual, along with Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. Harry, Ron, and Hermione had agreed to keep the ritual a secret for now, but Ginny immediately noticed something different about Harry. "Your eyes are brighter," she told him bluntly over breakfast. "And you move differently. More purposeful." Harry nearly choked on his toast. "I've just been sleeping better," he lied. Ginny raised an eyebrow but didn't press the issue. Later, though, she cornered him in the library. "Whatever it is you're not telling everyone, I hope it helps you beat him," she said quietly. "And I hope you know you can trust me if you need another ally." Harry hesitated, torn between keeping the secret close and bringing Ginny into their confidence. She had first-hand experience with possession and mental invasion, which might prove valuable as he learned to manage the ancestral voices. "The girl has strength," Iolanthe observed. "And her experience with Tom Riddle's shade gives her insight few others possess." Ralston disagreed. "The fewer who know, the safer the secret. Especially with the Dark Lord now aware something has changed." "I do trust you," Harry told Ginny finally. "And I might need your help soon. But right now, it's safer if fewer people know the details." She studied his face, then nodded once. "Fair enough. But the offer stands." "Thanks, Ginny." As the Christmas holidays drew to a close, Harry began to worry about returning to Hogwarts. How would he manage classes with a chorus of ancestors offering commentary? Would his changed magical signature be noticeable to the professors? Would Dumbledore somehow sense the difference in him? "You worry needlessly," Linfred told him as Harry packed his trunk. "The awakening is designed to integrate with your natural magic, not override it. To outside observers, you will simply appear to be coming into your power, a common occurrence for wizards your age." "But what about Dumbledore?" Harry countered. "He's not an ordinary observer." "True," Ralston acknowledged. "But even Albus Dumbledore cannot see through blood magic he does not understand. The ritual your mother discovered is older than his considerable experience." Still, Harry felt apprehensive as they boarded the Hogwarts Express. The familiar red engine seemed somehow different now, less impressive, more mundane. One of the side effects of the ritual, he discovered, was a shift in his magical perception. He could now see layers of enchantment where before he'd only sensed their presence. The train fairly glowed with spells for safety, comfort, and maintenance. "This is going to be weird," he muttered to Ron and Hermione as they found an empty compartment. "Just try to act normal," Hermione advised. "Don't suddenly start acing all your classes or casting advanced magic in public." Ron snorted. "Yeah, because Harry Potter suddenly being good at potions wouldn't raise any red flags." "Actually," Harry said thoughtfully, "I think I might be better at potions now. Linfred knows things about ingredient interactions that aren't in our textbooks." Hermione looked alarmed. "That's exactly what you shouldn't do. If you suddenly start brewing perfect potions, Snape will know something's changed." "The girl is correct," Linfred said. "Better to continue your previous level of performance, perhaps with small, gradual improvements. Subtlety is key when one has secrets to keep." "Fine," Harry sighed. "I'll keep playing the mediocre student." "Not mediocre," Hermione corrected. "Just, consistent with your established abilities." The train journey passed uneventfully, though Harry found it exhausting to maintain conversations with both his friends and the occasional ancestral commentary. By the time they reached Hogsmeade station, he had developed the beginnings of a headache. You must learn to partition your attention, Ralston advised as they climbed into a thestral-drawn carriage. Your mind can process multiple streams of information simultaneously, but you must train it to do so efficiently. Easy for you to say, Harry grumbled internally. You've had centuries of practice. The great hall was ablaze with candles and chatter as they took their seats for the welcome feast. Harry found himself automatically scanning the room, assessing threats and exits with a strategic awareness he'd never possessed before. His gaze locked briefly with Dumbledore's at the high table. The headmaster's blue eyes twinkled as always, but Harry detected a hint of something else, curiosity, perhaps, or concern. Had he sensed something different already? Then Dumbledore smiled and raised his goblet slightly in Harry's direction before turning to speak with Professor McGonagall. He doesn't know, Harry whispered to Hermione. Or if he does, he's not letting on. That's good, she replied. But remember, Snape will be a bigger concern. He's seen inside your mind before. Harry nodded grimly. His first occlumency lesson after returning would be the real test. If Snape detected the ancestral voices or the changed structure of Harry's mind, the game would be up. As if summoned by their discussion, the potions master swept into the hall, his black robes billowing behind him. His dark eyes swept over the Gryffindor table, narrowing slightly when they reached Harry. Harry maintained eye contact, no longer afraid of the casual legilimency Snape had often used to intimidate him. Behind his newly strengthened mental shields, he felt secure. To his surprise, Snape was the first to look away, a flicker of confusion crossing his features before his expression returned to its usual disdainful mask. He sensed your shields but could not identify their nature, Iolanthe observed. He will be more cautious now, more deliberate in his attempts to breach your defenses. Let him try, Harry thought grimly. The welcome feast proceeded normally, but as they were leaving the hall, Professor McGonagall intercepted Harry. Mr. Potter, the headmaster would like to see you in his office. The password is, Peppermint Toad. Harry felt a surge of anxiety. Now, Professor? Yes, Potter, now. McGonagall studied him over her glasses. Is there a problem? No, Professor. I'll go right away. As McGonagall walked away, Ron and Hermione exchanged worried glances. Do you think Dumbledore knows? Ron whispered. Impossible, Hermione insisted. Unless. She turned to Harry. Did you feel him trying to read your mind during the feast? Harry shook his head. No, but that doesn't mean he didn't try subtly. Albus Dumbledore is many things, but subtle in his legilimency is not one of them, Ralston commented dryly. You would have felt his presence. This is likely about something else. I'd better go, Harry said. If I don't come back, send a search party. Not funny, Harry, Hermione said tensely. Sorry. He squeezed her shoulder reassuringly. I'll be fine. As he made his way to Dumbledore's office, Harry focused on organizing his thoughts. He created a mental front room based on Iolanthe's instructions, a surface level of consciousness containing only what he would normally have known, with his ancestral connections and new knowledge hidden behind multiple layers of defenses. Remember, Iolanthe cautioned, do not attempt to block him entirely if he uses legilimency. That would only arouse suspicion. Allow him to see harmless thoughts and memories while keeping the important ones protected. I understand, Harry replied, approaching the stone gargoyle that guarded the entrance to Dumbledore's office. Peppermint Toad, he said, and the gargoyle leapt aside. With a deep breath, Harry stepped onto the spiral staircase and prepared to face his first real test. Dumbledore's office was unchanged since Harry's last visit, silver instruments whirring and puffing smoke, portraits of former headmasters dozing in their frames, Fawkes perched majestically on his stand. The phoenix trilled softly as Harry entered, and Harry felt an immediate sense of calm wash over him. Phoenix song, Elara Selwyn murmured in his mind. It reveals truth and soothes the troubled heart. But it can also make one more open to suggestion. Be mindful. Harry hadn't considered that Fawkes might pose a threat to his secret, but he kept his mental shields firmly in place as he approached Dumbledore's desk. "Ah, Harry, thank you for coming so promptly." Dumbledore smiled genially, gesturing to the chair opposite him. "Please, sit down." "Lemon drop?" "No, thank you, Professor." Harry sat, maintaining a relaxed posture despite his inner tension. "Is something wrong?" "Wrong? No, not at all. I simply wanted to check on you after the holidays." Dumbledore's blue eyes studied him carefully. "I understand you stayed at Grimmauld Place. Your first Christmas without Sirius must have been difficult." Harry felt a genuine pang of grief. "It was, sir. The house felt empty without him." "Yes, I imagine it would." Dumbledore's expression softened. "Grief is a curious thing, Harry. It transforms us in ways we cannot always predict or control." Something about the phrasing made Harry uneasy. Was Dumbledore hinting at something? "I'm managing, Professor," he said carefully. "I'm glad to hear it. And your scar? Any unusual dreams or sensations over the holidays?" Harry had prepared for this question. "Nothing specific, sir. Just the usual background, awareness." This wasn't entirely a lie. Since the ritual, his connection to Voldemort had changed, not severed, but somehow altered. The Dark Lord's emotions still leaked through occasionally, but they were muted, as if coming through a thick curtain rather than an open door. "I see." Dumbledore steepled his fingers. "And your occlumency practice? Professor Snape reports that your last sessions before the holidays showed little improvement." "I've been working on my own methods, sir," Harry said truthfully. "The ones Professor Snape was teaching didn't seem to work for me." "Your own methods?" Dumbledore raised his eyebrows. "Fascinating. Might I inquire as to the nature of these methods?" Harry had prepared for this too. "Visualization, mainly. Creating a safe space in my mind and building defenses around it. I read about it in a book Hermione found in the library." "Well done," Ralston approved. "Close enough to the truth to be believable, vague enough to reveal nothing important." "A creative approach," Dumbledore nodded. "And you find it effective?" "I think so, sir. The nightmares have decreased." "Excellent." Dumbledore smiled, but his eyes remained calculating. "Would you permit me to test your progress?" "A gentle probe only, I assure you." Harry tensed inwardly but maintained his outward calm. "If you think it would help, Professor. It would give me a better understanding of your current abilities." Dumbledore raised his wand. "You will feel a slight pressure. Try to maintain your defenses as you would against any intrusion. Ready?" Harry nodded, strengthening his mental front room while keeping his deeper defenses alert. "Legilimens," Dumbledore said softly. The headmaster's presence was indeed gentler than Snape's battering ram approach, but no less powerful. Harry felt Dumbledore's consciousness brush against his own, a sensation like sunlight passing over water, warm but probing. Harry allowed the headmaster to see his prepared surface thoughts, memories of Christmas at Grimmauld Place, carefully edited to exclude the ritual, frustration with Snape's teaching methods, worry about the prophecy, grief for Sirius. Behind these, his ancestral knowledge and voices remained protected by layers of defenses designed by Iolanthe Peveril, defenses based on ancient magic predating modern occlumency techniques. After what felt like an eternity but was probably only seconds, Dumbledore withdrew. His expression was thoughtful, almost surprised. "Most impressive, Harry. Your new approach appears quite effective. The structure of your defenses is unusual, but clearly functional." "Thank you, sir." Harry tried not to show his relief. "I must ask, however, where did Miss Granger find this particular book? The visualization technique you're using has elements I haven't encountered in standard occlumency texts." "He's fishing," Ralston warned. "Be careful." "I'm not sure, Professor," Harry said. She just called it a different approach to mind magic. I think she found it in the restricted section when researching for her Ancient Runes essay. Dumbledore nodded slowly. I see. Well, I won't keep you any longer. You must be tired after your journey. We will speak again soon about continuing your special lessons. Yes, sir. Good night, Professor. As Harry stood to leave, Dumbledore added, "Oh, and Harry. If you discover any other unusual magical techniques in your reading, I would appreciate you bringing them to my attention. Some older methods, while effective, can have unexpected consequences." The warning was clear, though veiled in Dumbledore's usual gentle manner. Of course, Professor, Harry agreed, keeping his expression neutral. As he descended the spiral staircase, Harry released a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Dumbledore suspected something, but he didn't know exactly what, and more importantly, he hadn't detected the ancestral presences or the true extent of Harry's changed abilities. Round 1 to Harry Potter. When Harry reached the Gryffindor common room, Ron and Hermione were waiting anxiously by the fire, despite the late hour. What happened? Hermione demanded as soon as he climbed through the portrait hole. Does he know? Harry glanced around the common room. Though mostly empty, a few students were still lingering, including Lavender Brown, who was watching them with obvious interest. Not here, he muttered. Let's go to the dormitory. Once safely in the sixth-year boys' dormitory, with Neville, Dean, and Seamus already asleep, Harry cast a privacy charm Iolanthe had taught him, more sophisticated than the Muffliato spell they typically used. He suspects something, Harry told them quietly. He didn't come right out and say it, but he noticed my mental defenses are different. Did he use legilimency on you? Hermione asked, horrified. Asked permission first, but yeah. Harry sat on his bed. I let him see a controlled set of memories, nothing about the ritual. Ron looked impressed. And he bought it? For now. But he's watching me. Harry ran a hand through his hair. He gave me a warning about older magical techniques having unexpected consequences. That's concerning, Hermione frowned. If Dumbledore is suspicious already, Snape will definitely notice something during your next occlumency lesson. If he even still wants to teach me, Harry pointed out. Dumbledore seemed surprised by how much my shields have improved. The problem goes beyond occlumency, Linfred observed. Your magical signature has changed. Any spell you cast now carries traces of ancestral magic. Professors who know you well will notice the difference. Harry relayed this concern to his friends. You'll have to be careful in class, Hermione warned. Especially defense and transfiguration, where they'll be paying close attention to your spell work. Maybe I should deliberately mess up sometimes, Harry suggested. Keep performing at my usual level. Ron shook his head. That might work for a while, but it'll be hard to hide forever. Especially if you know who decides to make a move. Ron's right, Hermione agreed. We need a cover story for any abilities you can't hide. They spent the next hour crafting a plausible explanation for Harry's improved magical performance, intensive self-study after learning the prophecy, combined with motivation from Sirius's death and books borrowed from the Black Library. Close enough to the truth to be believable, but omitting the blood ritual entirely. As Ron and Hermione finally left to get some sleep, Harry lay back on his bed, mind buzzing with the voices of his ancestors. You handled Dumbledore well, Ralston told him. But the true test begins tomorrow, when you must function among those who have known you for years. I know, Harry replied silently. It's going to be a balancing act, using enough of what I've gained to prepare for Voldemort, without revealing too much too quickly. A challenge worthy of our line, Iolanthe said with something like pride. Rest now, young heir. Tomorrow begins your true education. As Harry drifted toward sleep, one final ancestral voice spoke, one he hadn't heard clearly before, with a resonance that reminded him of his own. You are not alone in this fight, son. Your mother and I made sure of that. Harry's eyes snapped open in the darkness. Dad?" But the voice had retreated back into the collective ancestral presence, leaving Harry with tears in his eyes and a renewed sense of purpose in his heart. Classes resumed the next day with their usual mix of challenges and monotony. Harry found himself constantly having to restrain his new knowledge, deliberately casting spells with less power than he could access, holding back answers he now knew, pretending to struggle with concepts that had become clear to him overnight. "This is harder than I expected," he whispered to Ron during charms, after deliberately producing a nonverbal levitation charm that wobbled instead of the perfectly controlled one he could now perform. "Just think of it as undercover work," Ron suggested. "Like Charlie pretending to be just a regular dragon handler when he's actually recruiting for the Order." In defense against the dark arts, Snape set them to practicing shield charms against increasingly powerful hexes. When it came to Harry's turn, he nearly slipped. Iolanthi's instincts surged forward, almost causing him to cast an advanced shield that would have completely absorbed Snape's attack rather than merely deflecting it. At the last second, Harry adjusted, using the standard protego they'd been taught. Snape's hex glanced off the shield but still knocked Harry back a step, exactly what would have happened before the ritual. Snape's eyes narrowed. "Adequate, Potter, though your stance remains sloppy. 5 points from Gryffindor for poor form." As Harry returned to his place in line, he caught Snape studying him with an unreadable expression. Had the professor noticed his last-second adjustment? Or sensed his restraint? "He suspects something," Ralston confirmed. "Not what, precisely, but he knows you're hiding your true ability." "Great," Harry thought sarcastically. "Just what I need, Snape paying even more attention to me." At lunch, Hermione was full of questions about how the ancestral knowledge was manifesting in different subjects. "It's fascinating," she said, keeping her voice low. "Is it like having a textbook in your head? Or more intuitive than that?" "Both, sort of," Harry explained between bites of shepherd's pie. "I have access to specific information, dates, spells, potion recipes, but also a kind of instinctive understanding of how magic works. Like, in charms today, I could feel exactly how the magic needed to flow for a perfect levitation charm, even non-verbally." "That's incredible," Hermione breathed, eyes wide. "Do you think," she cut herself off as Neville sat down beside them. "Think what?" Neville asked curiously. Whether Harry's done the Transfiguration essay yet, Hermione covered smoothly. "It's due tomorrow." "Oh." Neville looked disappointed, as if he'd hoped to be included in something more interesting. "I'm still struggling with mine. The theory behind conjuring living organisms is confusing." Harry felt a pang of sympathy. Before the ritual, he'd have been equally lost. Now, with Ralston's knowledge of transfiguration theory accessible to him, the concept seemed straightforward. "It helps if you think of it as a 3-step process," he found himself saying. "First, you're creating the form, then imbuing it with the properties of life, then establishing how long that life will persist." Neville and Hermione both stared at him. "What?" Harry asked, belatedly realizing he'd said too much. "That's exactly right," Hermione said slowly. "But that's Newt-level theory, Harry. It's not in our textbook." "Oh." Harry scrambled for an explanation. I found a book in the Black Library over Christmas. Thought I should do some extra studying, given everything that's happening." Neville nodded, accepting this explanation. "That makes sense. Could you maybe help me with my essay later? If you've got time." "Sure," Harry agreed, ignoring Hermione's warning look. As Neville turned to talk to Dean about herbology, Hermione leaned closer to Harry. "Be careful," she whispered. "That was a bit too advanced. People will notice." "Sorry," Harry whispered back. "It just came out." The incident with Neville highlighted a problem Harry hadn't fully anticipated, the difficulty of compartmentalizing his new knowledge in casual interactions. In formal classes, he could consciously regulate his performance, but in everyday conversations, ancestral knowledge would slip into his speech without him realizing it. By the end of the day, Harry was mentally exhausted from the constant vigilance required to maintain his normal persona. As he, Ron, and Hermione settled in a quiet corner of the common room, he finally relaxed his guard. "This is impossible," he muttered. "I can't keep pretending to be less knowledgeable than I am. Especially when people ask me direct questions." "Maybe we need a different approach," Hermione suggested thoughtfully. "Instead of hiding everything, we could establish a reason for your sudden academic improvement." "Like what?" Ron asked. "It's not like Harry can say, 'Oh, I just did an ancient blood ritual and now I have my ancestors living in my head.'" "Obviously not," Hermione rolled her eyes. "But what if we leak a story that Harry's been getting private tutoring because of the prophecy? Or that he found some of his parents' old school notes?" Harry considered this. "The second one might work. I could say I found my mum's journals in my vault over Christmas, and they've helped me understand magic better." "That's actually perfect," Hermione approved. "It explains your improvement without revealing the truth, and it's emotionally resonant enough that people won't question it too closely." Ron nodded. "Plus, it's sort of true. You did find your mum's journal, just not in your vault." "We should start spreading the story tomorrow," Hermione decided. "I'll mention it to Parvati, she'll have it around the whole school by dinner." With that decided, they turned to homework. Harry found it strange to look at assignments that would have challenged him weeks ago but now seemed trivial. For his potions essay on antidotes, he could have written 10 feet of parchment with Linfred's knowledge, but forced himself to stick to the assigned length and include only information a sixth year might reasonably know. As he worked, he felt a familiar pressure against his mental shields, subtle but persistent. "The Dark One seeks entry again," Iolanthe warned. "He grows more determined." Harry closed his eyes briefly, strengthening his defenses against Voldemort's probing. Since the ritual, these attempts had become more frequent but less effective. The ancestral magic formed a buffer between their minds, limiting the connection without severing it entirely. "You okay?" Ron asked, noticing Harry's momentary stillness. "Yeah, just Voldemort doing his usual thing," Harry said quietly. "Trying to get in my head." "Can he?" Hermione asked anxiously. "Not like before," Harry assured her. "The connection's still there, but it's changed. Like looking through frosted glass instead of a clear window." "That's good, right?" "Mostly." Harry frowned. "But it works both ways. I can't sense his emotions or thoughts as clearly either, which could be a problem if he's planning something." "I'd call that a fair trade," Ron said firmly. "Better to keep him out of your head, even if it means losing your Voldy radar." Harry nodded, though he wasn't entirely convinced. The connection, painful as it had been, had provided valuable intelligence in the past. "There are other ways to gather intelligence," Ralston commented. "Ways that do not require leaving your mind vulnerable to invasion." "Like what?" Harry asked silently. "Divination, properly applied. Scrying. Dreamwalking. Your ancestors include several gifted seers whose techniques could be adapted to monitor the Dark Lord's movements." Harry nearly laughed out loud. "Divination? Seriously? Have you met Professor Trelawney?" "The modern practice of divination has become diluted," Ralston acknowledged dryly. "But the underlying principles remain sound when properly applied. Your mother had the gift, though she never fully developed it." This caught Harry by surprise. "My mother was a seer." "Not in the conventional sense. But she had intuitive flashes, premonitions that saved her life more than once during the First War. It is how she knew to research protection rituals before your birth." The thought was strangely comforting, another connection to Lily he hadn't known about. Perhaps this gift, too, lay dormant in his blood, waiting to be awakened. With the new cover story in place and a growing understanding of how to manage his ancestral knowledge, Harry felt more confident about navigating school life. But as he finished his homework and prepared for bed, one question continued to nag at him: how long before Voldemort made his next move, and what would it be? The answer would come sooner than he expected. Chapter 2, Blood Speaks. Harry woke up disoriented, fragments of strange dreams clinging to his consciousness. He'd been walking through an ancient stone corridor, following someone who kept just out of sight around each corner. The walls had been covered in runes that shifted and changed as he passed, occasionally forming words in languages he somehow understood despite never having studied them. "Good morning, young heir," Ralston's voice greeted him as consciousness fully returned. "Your mind was quite active during your rest. Was that you in my dream?" Harry asked silently, rubbing his eyes. "Not directly, no. Your subconscious is processing the influx of ancestral memories. It will settle with time." Harry glanced at his bedside clock and groaned. It was barely 5:30 a.m., but he felt completely awake. Ron was still snoring in the next bed, and the dormitory was dark and quiet. Might as well get up, he decided, slipping out of bed and grabbing fresh clothes. The castle was eerily peaceful at this hour. Harry made his way down to the common room, expecting it to be empty, but found Ginny curled up in an armchair by the dying embers of the fire, writing in a notebook. She looked up at his footsteps. "You're up early." "Could say the same about you," Harry replied, dropping into the chair opposite her. "Couldn't sleep." "Homework," she said, holding up her notebook. "Snape assigned an impossible essay on antidotes. Thought I'd get an early start." Harry remembered doing the same essay just yesterday. With Linfred's knowledge, he could easily help her. "Want some help?" "I just finished mine." Ginny raised an eyebrow. "Since when does Harry Potter offer to help with potions homework?" "Since I found my mum's old notes," Harry said, sticking to their cover story. "Turns out she was brilliant at potions. Some of her explanations make way more sense than Snape's." "In that case, yes please." Ginny scooted over, making room for him on the oversized armchair. As Harry settled beside her, he caught a whiff of something flowery, her shampoo, he realized. It was distracting. "Focus, grandson," Linfred chided gently. "The girl needs assistance with Bezoar properties, not adolescent admiration." Harry felt his face heat up and quickly directed his attention to Ginny's half-written essay. "So, what part are you stuck on?" "Bezoars," she sighed. "Snape wants 2 feet on their interactions with different poisons, but the textbook barely mentions it." "That's because Borage is an idiot when it comes to antidote theory," Harry said without thinking, then froze. That was pure Linfred talking. Wow, Ginny looked at him with newfound respect. "That's specific criticism." "Sorry, just repeating what my mum wrote in her notes," Harry covered quickly. "But she had some good insights. See, Bezoars don't actually neutralize all poisons the same way." For the next hour, Harry guided Ginny through the essay, carefully filtering Linfred's extensive knowledge into explanations a 6th year might reasonably provide. By the time other students began trickling down for breakfast, Ginny had completed a draft that would surely earn an exceeds expectations, if not an outstanding. "Harry, you're a lifesaver," she said, packing away her things as the common room filled. "Seriously, these notes of your mum's must be amazing." "They are," Harry agreed, feeling a genuine surge of warmth at being able to share something of Lily's, even if indirectly. "I feel like I'm getting to know her through her work, you know." Ginny's expression softened. "That must mean a lot to you." "It does." Their eyes met, and for a moment, Harry felt a connection that went beyond their usual friendly interaction. "The Weasley girl has depth," Iolanthe observed. "And strength. She handles trauma well, a valuable trait in uncertain times." Before Harry could respond to either Ginny or Iolanthe, Ron and Hermione appeared, ready for breakfast. "There you are," Hermione said, looking between Harry and Ginny with interest. "We were wondering where you'd gone." "Helping Ginny with potions," Harry explained, standing up. "Ready for breakfast?" As they headed to the Great Hall, Hermione fell into step beside Harry. I spoke to Parvati last night, she whispered. The story about your mother's journal should be all over school by lunch. Good. Harry scanned the entrance hall automatically for threats, another new habit since the ritual. The sooner people accept an explanation for any changes they notice, the better. At the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy was watching him with unusual intensity. Since returning from Christmas break, Malfoy had been subdued, missing several classes and looking increasingly haggard. Harry had been so focused on his own situation that he hadn't given much thought to what Malfoy might be up to. The boy is troubled, Ralston noted. Fear and desperation radiate from him. He's up to something, Harry agreed silently. Has been all year. Perhaps. But fear can drive even the noblest to terrible deeds. I sense a young man trapped in circumstances beyond his control. Harry was surprised by Ralston's compassionate assessment. His own instinct was to assume the worst of Malfoy. Was that fair? Before he could consider it further, the morning mail arrived, hundreds of owls swooping into the great hall. A tawny ministry owl landed in front of Hermione, delivering her copy of the Daily Prophet. She unfolded it and gasped. What is it? Ron asked through a mouthful of toast. Hermione laid the paper flat so they could all see the headline, Azkaban breakout, 12 Death Eaters escape, not again, Harry groaned, scanning the article. The ministry was blaming the breakout on outside assistance of an unknown nature, and assuring the public that the situation was under control. Look at the list of escapees, Hermione pointed to a sidebar. Dolohov, Rookwood, Travers, Mulciber. All inner circle, Ron said grimly. You know who's building his forces back up. Harry nodded, a cold feeling settling in his stomach. He's planning something big. This is a distraction, new ancestral voice observed, female, clinical and analytical in tone. A show of force to draw attention while other operations proceed unnoticed. Who are you? Harry asked silently. Euphemia Potter. Your grandmother. I worked in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement before my retirement. This has all the hallmarks of a diversion. Harry relayed this insight to Ron and Hermione. If the breakout is a diversion, what's the real operation? Could be anything, Ron said, lowering his voice. Infiltrating the ministry, searching for something powerful, targeting specific people. Like me, Harry concluded. Voldemort felt the ritual. He knows something's changed. He might be trying to figure out what. A flash of movement at the staff table caught Harry's eye. Snape was leaving hurriedly through a side door, his face set in a grim expression. Dumbledore was already gone, Harry realized, his chair empty. Order business, Hermione whispered, following his gaze. The breakout must have triggered emergency protocols. Throughout the day, tension hung over the castle. Teachers spoke in hushed voices between classes, and additional security measures appeared, suits of armor positioned at entrances, portraits reporting unusual activities, prefects assigned additional patrol duties. In potions, Slughorn was uncharacteristically subdued, his usual jovial manner replaced by distracted concern as he set them to brewing a strengthening solution. Harry worked methodically, allowing Linfred's expertise to guide his hands without making his potion suspiciously perfect. He deliberately added the salamander blood a few seconds too late, resulting in a solution that was effective but not flawless. Quite good, Harry, Slughorn said, peering into his cauldron. Your mother's touch showing through, I think. The color is nearly perfect, though the consistency could be a touch smoother. Thanks, Professor, Harry replied, pleased that their cover story aligned so well with Slughorn's expectations. As they packed up at the end of class, Slughorn called out, Harry, a moment please. Ron and Hermione hesitated. Go ahead, Harry told them. I'll catch up. When the classroom had emptied, Slughorn closed the door and cast a privacy charm, a sophisticated one that Harry, with his new magical awareness, recognized as blocking both conventional eavesdropping and several magical surveillance methods. Professor? Harry prompted when Slughorn simply studied him for a moment. "Harry, my boy," Slughorn finally said, his voice unusually serious. "I've been teaching potions for over 50 years. In that time, I've developed a certain sensitivity to magical signatures." Harry tensed. "Sir. Your magical signature has changed," Slughorn stated bluntly. "Subtly, but definitely. It's expanded, for lack of a better term. More complex than it was before Christmas." "Interesting," Linfred murmured. "He's more perceptive than he appears." "I'm not sure what you mean, Professor," Harry said carefully. Slughorn sighed. "Harry, I'm not here to interrogate you. Quite the opposite. I wanted to offer my help." "Help with what, exactly?" "With whatever ritual you performed, of course." Slughorn held up a hand as Harry started to protest. "No, don't deny it. I recognize the aftereffects of powerful blood magic when I see them. Old family magic, if I'm not mistaken." Harry stared at him, calculating his options. Slughorn was watching him expectantly, not with suspicion but with something like academic fascination. "The potions master could be a valuable ally," Ralston advised. "He has extensive connections and knowledge of old magics that even Dumbledore might not possess. But he's also a gossip and self-serving," Iolanthe countered. "Can we trust his discretion?" Harry made a split-second decision. If, hypothetically, someone had performed a family ritual, why would you want to help them? Slughorn's eyes gleamed. "Because such rituals are fascinating and woefully understudied in modern magical theory. Because they represent the kind of magic that's being lost to ministry regulation and standardized education. And because..." He hesitated. "Because your mother once asked me similar questions, and I regret not being more forthcoming with her." That got Harry's attention. "My mother came to you about family rituals?" "Indeed she did, in her 7th year." Slughorn moved to his desk and unlocked a drawer with a complex wand movement. From it, he withdrew a small, leather-bound book. She was researching ancestral magic, particularly as it related to protection spells. "I believe she was already concerned about the prophecy, though of course I didn't know that at the time." He handed the book to Harry. "This was hers. She lent it to me to review some of her theories, but, well, the war intensified, and we never completed our discussion. After she died, it didn't seem right to return it to anyone else." Harry accepted the book with reverence. The cover was plain brown leather with a small lily etched into the bottom right corner, similar to but distinct from the journal he'd found at Grimmauld Place. "This is..." "Her research journal, yes. Not her personal diary, mind you, just her academic notes. I believe you'll find it illuminating, especially given your current situation." Harry looked up at Slughorn with new appreciation. "Thank you, Professor. This means a lot. Just be careful, my boy. Blood magic isn't inherently dark, despite the Ministry's classification, but it is powerful and often unpredictable. If you need guidance or experience any unusual effects, my door is always open." "I appreciate that," Harry said sincerely. As he left the classroom, clutching Lily's research journal, Harry felt a strange mix of emotions. Relief at finding an unexpected ally, concern about how easily Slughorn had detected the change in him, and excitement about having more of his mother's work to study. "Horace Slughorn has always been a collector of unique talents," Euphemia commented. "But he is also genuinely fond of you, as he was of your mother. His offer of help is sincere, if self-interested." "I'll keep that in mind," Harry replied. That evening, Harry, Ron, and Hermione commandeered a corner of the common room, casting multiple privacy charms before examining Lily's research journal. "This is incredible," Hermione breathed, carefully turning the pages. "Your mother was brilliant, Harry. These notes on blood-based protections go far beyond anything in our textbooks." Harry nodded, feeling a complicated pride. "She was trying to protect me even before I was born." She knew about the prophecy, or at least suspected something. Look at this, Ron pointed to a passage. She was researching connections between ancestral magic and love-based protections. That must be what led her to the ritual you used. The journal contained extensive notes on various protection rituals, many annotated with Lily's personal observations. Some pages included correspondence with experts in obscure magical fields, names Harry didn't recognize but that made Hermione's eyes widen with respect. Professor Bathilda Bagshot. Madame Griselda Marchbanks, even Pandora Lovegood, she whispered. Luna's mother was an experimental spell researcher before she died. Mom corresponded with all of them? Harry asked, surprised. Apparently. And look, there's mention of meetings with Nicholas Flamel about alchemical protections. Your mother was consulting with some of the greatest magical minds of her generation. Harry felt a renewed sense of loss for the parent he'd never known. Lily Potter hadn't just been brave in her final moments, she'd been systematically searching for ways to protect her child long before Voldemort came to Godric's Hollow. She was exceptional, Alara Selwyn said softly. Even among our bloodline, her magical intuition was remarkable. The ritual you performed was only part of what she discovered. What do you mean? Harry asked. The protection that saved you when you were an infant wasn't just a mother's sacrifice. That was part of it, yes, but Lily had prepared the ground with subtler magics, blood wards and ancestral invocations that activated when she gave her life. This revelation stunned Harry. All his life, he'd been told his mother's sacrifice was a simple act of love. But it had been more, a calculated, prepared magical working, with her death as the final, terrible component. Harry. Hermione touched his arm. Are you all right? Yeah, he said hoarsely. Just, processing. One of my ancestors just told me that my mom's sacrifice wasn't spontaneous. She had prepared blood wards and other protections beforehand. Ron and Hermione exchanged glances. That makes sense, actually, Hermione said slowly. A simple act of sacrifice, no matter how loving, shouldn't have been enough to deflect an Avada Kedavra. There had to be more complex magic involved. Harry nodded, still coming to terms with this new understanding of his mother's actions. She was fighting Voldemort with everything she had, not just at the end, but for months or years before that night. Blimey, Ron said softly. That's something, Harry. Before they could discuss it further, Ginny approached their corner, hesitating at the edge of their privacy charms. Sorry to interrupt, she said when Harry lowered the charms to let her in. McGonagall's looking for you, Harry. Says Dumbledore wants to see you in his office. Now. Harry glanced at his watch. It was nearly curfew. That's what she said. Ginny's eyes flickered to the journal on his lap. Find something interesting. My mum's research notes, Harry explained, carefully closing the journal. Professor Slughorn had them all these years. Cool, Ginny said, genuine interest in her voice. Maybe you can show me sometime. Sure, Harry agreed, tucking the journal into his bag. Better not keep Dumbledore waiting. See you guys later. As Harry headed for Dumbledore's office, his ancestors offered conflicting advice on how to handle the meeting. Be forthright but vague, Ralston suggested. Acknowledge your improved abilities but attribute them to your mother's journals and personal study. Misdirection might serve better, Euphemia countered. Express concern about the Azkaban breakout and keep him focused on external threats rather than your development. By the time Harry reached the gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office, he had prepared a balanced approach, combining elements from several ancestral suggestions. Acid pops, he told the gargoyle, which leapt aside to reveal the spiral staircase. To Harry's surprise, Dumbledore wasn't alone. Professor McGonagall stood by the fireplace, and a thin, austere wizard Harry didn't recognize was seated across from Dumbledore's desk. The stranger wore plain grey robes with no distinguishing markings, but Harry immediately sensed something off about him. His magical signature was muted, as if deliberately suppressed. Department of Mysteries. Ralston identified immediately. An unspeakable. High-ranking, by his bearing. "Ah, Harry, thank you for joining us," Dumbledore said pleasantly, though his eyes lacked their usual twinkle. "May I introduce Saul Croker? Mr. Croker is from the Ministry and has some questions about the incident in the Department of Mysteries last June." Harry kept his expression neutral, though internally his ancestors were on high alert. Why would an unspeakable be asking about that now, months later? "Good evening, Mr. Potter," Croker said, his voice surprisingly deep for his slender frame. "Please, take a seat." Harry sat, maintaining his mental shields at full strength. "What can I help you with, Mr. Croker?" Croker studied him with unervingly pale blue eyes. "I'm investigating certain anomalies that have appeared in our monitoring systems recently. Magical disturbances that correlate with locations you've visited." "I'm not sure I understand," Harry said carefully. "Allow me to be more direct," Croker leaned forward slightly. "On December 27th, our instruments detected a significant magical surge at a location in London, a location under the Fidelius charm, but one we know you were occupying at the time. This surge had distinctive characteristics consistent with ancient blood magic." Harry felt his heart rate increase but kept his expression puzzled. "December 27th. I was at my friend Ron's house for Christmas. It wasn't technically a lie, he'd been at the Burrow on Christmas Day before returning to Grimmauld Place on Boxing Day." "Mr. Potter," Croker said with a thin smile, "the Department of Mysteries monitors all significant magical events within Britain. We don't need to know the exact location to detect the magical signature. And this particular signature was distinctive." "What exactly are you suggesting, Mr. Croker?" McGonagall interjected, her Scottish accent more pronounced in her irritation. "I'm not suggesting anything, Professor McGonagall. I'm merely inquiring about unexplained magical phenomena that coincide with Mr. Potter's movements." Dumbledore cleared his throat gently. "Saul, as I mentioned before Harry arrived, any magic performed by students during holidays is the responsibility of their guardians, not the school. If you have concerns about Harry's activities, perhaps you should address them to the appropriate parties." "Of course, Headmaster," Croker nodded slightly. "However, my interest is professional rather than regulatory. The magical signature we detected has certain properties that align with research the department is currently conducting. I simply wish to offer Mr. Potter our expertise, should he be experiencing any unusual effects." The careful phrasing and implied knowledge made Harry's skin crawl. The Department of Mysteries wanted to study him, or more specifically, the ancestral magic he'd awakened. "I appreciate the offer, Mr. Croker," Harry said, striving for a balance between politeness and firmness. "But I'm not aware of any unusual magical effects I might be experiencing." "Indeed?" Croker's pale eyes seemed to see right through him. "How fascinating. Because our instruments indicate that your magical signature has undergone significant alteration since December 27th. Almost as if." He paused deliberately, "You've acquired additional magical patterns layered onto your own." "He knows," Ralston warned. "Not everything, but enough to be dangerous." Harry maintained his puzzled expression. "I don't know what to tell you, sir. I've just been studying harder since learning about the prophecy last year." "Professor Dumbledore can confirm that." "Yes," Dumbledore agreed smoothly. "Harry has shown remarkable improvement in his magical studies this term. I attribute it to both his diligence and the natural magical development that often occurs at his age." Croker's smile didn't reach his eyes. "Of course. Adolescent magical growth. How conventional." He stood abruptly. "Well, I won't take up more of your evening. Thank you for your time, Mr. Potter. Should you notice any unusual magical manifestations, abilities appearing that you haven't specifically studied, knowledge you can't account for, voices or presences that seem to come from within, I hope you'll consider contacting our department. We have extensive experience with such phenomena." The specificity of his examples left no doubt that Croker suspected exactly what Harry had done. Harry stood as well, forcing himself to meet the Unspeakable's gaze steadily. "I'll keep that in mind, Mr. Croker." "Excellent. Headmaster, Professor McGonagall." Croker nodded to each in turn. "I can find my own way out." When the office door closed behind him, Harry released a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. "Well," McGonagall said into the silence, that was rather presumptuous of the department, sending an Unspeakable to interrogate a student. "Indeed, Minerva," Dumbledore agreed, though his eyes remained fixed on Harry. "Though I suspect their interest is not without cause." He gestured for Harry to sit again. "Is there anything you wish to tell me, Harry?" The familiar question hung in the air between them. Harry considered his options carefully, with his ancestors offering a chorus of conflicting advice in his mind. "I found my mother's research journals over Christmas," he finally said, deciding that a partial truth was better than an outright lie. "They contain advanced magical theory I've been studying." That might explain any changes Mr. Croker detected. Dumbledore's expression remained inscrutable. "Your mother was indeed a brilliant witch, particularly in charms and potions. Her theoretical work was quite innovative." "You knew about her research?" Harry asked, surprised. "I was aware of it, yes. Lily consulted me on certain aspects, particularly regarding protective enchantments." Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers. "However, Harry, I must caution you, some of your mother's later research ventured into magical territories that, while not dark per se, carry significant risks." "What kind of risks?" Harry asked, genuinely curious about Dumbledore's perspective. "Magic that draws on bloodlines and ancestry can be unpredictable," Dumbledore said carefully. "The intentions may be pure, but the results can be transformative in ways the caster doesn't anticipate." Harry had the distinct impression that Dumbledore was trying to extract a confession without directly accusing him. "I'll be careful with what I study, Professor." "See that you are," Dumbledore said mildly. "Now, I originally asked to see you to discuss the Azkaban breakout. Given Voldemort's interest in you, and the particular Death Eaters who escaped, we believe there may be attempts to target you, especially during Hogsmeade weekends." The conversation shifted to security measures and Harry's private lessons with Dumbledore, but the underlying tension remained. When Harry finally left the office, he knew both Dumbledore and the Department of Mysteries were watching him closely. The next morning, Harry woke with a splitting headache and the distinct impression that someone had been rummaging through his dreams. Not Voldemort, this felt different, more calculated and precise. The Unspeakable attempted dreamwalking, Iolanthe informed him, her mental voice tight with controlled anger. "A sophisticated technique, but one I countered while you slept. He will not find it so easy next time." "Croker was in my dreams?" Harry asked, alarmed. "Attempting to be. I erected barriers he could not penetrate, but he will try again with different methods. The department is persistent when their curiosity is aroused." Harry relayed this information to Ron and Hermione over breakfast, speaking in hushed tones despite the privacy charm Hermione had cast. "That's outrageous," Hermione whispered furiously. "Dream invasion without consent is heavily regulated by the Ministry itself. Even the Auror office needs special warrants for that kind of magic. The Department of Mysteries plays by different rules," Ron said grimly. "Dad says they basically operate independently within the Ministry structure. No real oversight. We need to be more careful," Harry decided. "Croker knows something happened, even if he doesn't know exactly what. And now both he and Dumbledore are watching me closely." "What about Voldemort?" Hermione asked. "With the Death Eater breakout, he must be planning something. He's been quiet through our connection since the ritual," Harry admitted. "I get occasional pressure against my shields, but he hasn't pushed hard enough to break through." "That's good, right?" Ron said hopefully. "Maybe. Or maybe he's just being more careful. Either way, I need to start actively preparing for whatever comes next." Harry's opportunity to train came that evening in the form of the Room of Requirement. After dinner, he, Ron, and Hermione slipped away to the 7th floor, pacing before the blank wall with a clear intention in mind, a space where Harry could safely explore and develop his new abilities. The room that appeared was perfect, a large, circular chamber with cushioned floors for spellwork practice, a small library of relevant books, and most importantly, powerful wards built into the walls themselves. Impressive, Ralston observed as they entered. The room has provided silencing charms, anti-scrying wards, and even magical signature dampeners. Your spell work here won't register on the castle's monitoring systems. Harry relayed this information to his friends. We're completely hidden in here. Whatever magic I practice won't be detected outside these walls. Brilliant, Ron grinned. So what are we working on first? Dueling. Wandless magic. That cool shield thing your ancestor was talking about. All of it, eventually, Harry said, removing his robes and rolling up his sleeves. But first, I need to get better at accessing ancestral knowledge deliberately, not just when they decide to share it. For the next 2 hours, Harry worked through a progression of exercises designed by Iolanthe to strengthen his connection to specific ancestral voices. He started with basic meditation, learning to differentiate between the various presences in his mind, then moved to actively calling forth specific ancestors based on their magical specialties. By the end of the session, he could reliably summon Linfred for potions knowledge, Iolanthe for defensive magic, Ralston for political and historical context, and several others for their respective areas of expertise. That's amazing, Hermione said when Harry demonstrated by switching between different magical techniques in rapid succession, from Linfred's precision wand work to Alara's flowing charm movements to a combat stance favored by a 15th-century Potter who had fought in magical duels throughout Europe. It's getting easier, Harry agreed, wiping sweat from his forehead. Less like having a committee meeting in my head and more like, consulting different advisors when I need them. Can we try some practical applications? Ron suggested. Maybe dueling practice. Harry nodded, moving to the center of the room. Good idea. You two against me. Are you sure? Hermione asked doubtfully. That hardly seems fair. Harry grinned. I think I can manage. What followed was a revelation for all three of them. Ron and Hermione were both skilled duelists after the DA sessions the previous year, but Harry, drawing on centuries of combat experience from his ancestors, moved with a fluid grace that seemed almost precognitive. He deflected their spells with minimal shield work, using subtle positioning changes and split-second timing instead of brute magical force. Merlin's beard, Ron gasped after 5 minutes, when neither he nor Hermione had landed a single hex. It's like fighting someone who already knows what we're going to do. Not exactly, Harry explained, lowering his wand. But I can read body language and magical cues better now. I can see the slight shift in stance before you cast, the way magic gathers at your wand tip during preparation. That's extraordinarily advanced magical perception, Hermione said, looking impressed despite her competitive frustration. Most wizards never develop that level of sensitivity. Let's try something else, Harry suggested, calling forth Iolanthe's knowledge. Defensive magic beyond standard shields. For the next hour, Harry practiced creating layered defenses, concentric rings of protection that could absorb, deflect, or even redirect hostile magic. These weren't modern spells but ancient ones, passed down through the Potter and Peverell lines, designed when magical combat was more formal and ritualized. The theory is fascinating, Harry explained as he demonstrated a particularly complex warding pattern. Modern shields like Protego are efficient but crude, they block everything with equal force. These older defenses are more selective, letting harmless magic pass through while stopping only genuine threats. Could you teach us? Hermione asked eagerly. Some of it, Harry agreed. The basic patterns aren't bloodline specific. By the time they finished for the night, Ron and Hermione had each learned 2 new defensive techniques, and Harry had worked through enough ancestral magic to feel comfortable accessing it deliberately rather than relying on the voices to volunteer information. As they made their way back to Gryffindor Tower under the invisibility cloak, Harry felt more confident than he had since performing the ritual. He was beginning to integrate the ancestral knowledge into his own magical style, drawing on their experience without being overwhelmed by it. "Same time tomorrow night?" Ron asked as they climbed through the portrait hole. "Definitely," Harry agreed. "But we should vary the schedule to avoid patterns someone might notice." "Good point," Hermione nodded. "And we should invite Ginny. She's already suspicious, and she's one of our strongest fighters." Harry considered this. "You're right. And there's something else, my grandmother suggested we should all learn occlumency basics. If Croaker could try to invade my dreams, he might try the same with you too." "I'm already studying it," Hermione said, "but I could definitely use practical guidance." "Count me in," Ron agreed. "No creepy unspeakables poking around my dreams, thanks very much." As they parted for the night, Harry felt a strange sense of purpose he'd been lacking before. For years, he'd been reacting to threats, always on the defensive. Now, for the first time, he was actively preparing, taking control of his own development rather than waiting for the next crisis. A worthy change in perspective, Ralston approved as Harry got ready for bed. "The Potters have never been passive in the face of danger." "I just hope it's enough," Harry replied, thinking of Voldemort's growing forces and the department's unsettling interest in him. "It will be," another voice joined in, one Harry recognized with a jolt as his father's. "You're already stronger than I was at your age. And you've got better friends at your back." The simple pride in James Potter's voice, however brief his presence, gave Harry a sense of peace that carried him into a dreamless sleep. The next few weeks fell into a rhythm of classes, secret training sessions, and careful misdirection. Harry continued to moderate his performance in classes, showing gradual improvement rather than sudden expertise. The cover story about Lily's journals spread throughout the school, providing a convenient explanation for his enhanced magical knowledge. Their training group expanded to include Ginny, who took to the ancient defensive magic with remarkable aptitude, and later Neville and Luna, both of whom proved valuable additions. Neville's raw magical power combined with his newfound confidence made him a formidable duelist, while Luna's unconventional thinking created opportunities for magical innovations even Harry's ancestors found surprising. "You have interesting friends," Iolanthe commented after Luna successfully modified an ancient shield charm to create prismatic effects that confused opponents. "The Lovegood girl has an intuitive understanding of magic that reminds me of your mother." It was the highest compliment Harry could imagine, and he made sure to relay it to Luna, who smiled serenely and said, "Your ancestor has kind eyes in your mind. I can almost see her standing behind you sometimes." This casual observation stunned Harry. "You can see them?" "Not clearly," Luna explained, twirling her wand absently. "More like shadows or impressions. Different ones at different times. There's usually a tall man with glasses when you're thinking strategically, and an older woman with your eyes when you're casting defensive spells." Harry shared this revelation with his ancestors later, who were equally surprised. "The Lovegood line has always had unusual magical perception," Elara noted. "Their sight manifests differently than traditional seers, allowing them to perceive magical layering and resonance rather than specific future events." This insight made Harry value Luna's friendship even more, especially when she began giving him quiet warnings before Croaker made his increasingly regular appearances at Hogwarts. "The thin man with hidden magic is coming today," she would say casually over breakfast. "He's very interested in the spaces between your magic and theirs." These warnings proved invaluable, allowing Harry to prepare mentally before each encounter with the persistent unspeakable. Croaker never directly accused Harry of performing blood magic but continued to offer assistance, while asking probing questions about his magical development. Meanwhile, Voldemort remained ominously quiet. The Death Eater breakout had been followed by a series of minor attacks on Muggle villages, enough to maintain fear but not concentrated enough to suggest a major offensive. Harry's scar occasionally prickled with distant emotions, satisfaction, impatience, focused determination, but no clear plans or intentions leaked through their connection. He's searching for something, Euphemia theorized during one of their training sessions. This pattern of scattered attacks is meant to distract while his inner circle pursues a specific objective. But what? Harry wondered as he practiced a particularly complex piece of transfiguration. What could be important enough to delay attacking me directly? Something related to the ritual you performed, perhaps, Ralston suggested. He felt the power you accessed. He may be seeking similar enhancement for himself. The thought was disturbing enough that Harry decided to accelerate their training schedule, adding morning sessions before breakfast 3 times a week. These early practices focused on the offensive aspects of ancestral magic, spells and techniques that had fallen out of common usage not because they were dark but because they required levels of magical control and precision few modern wizards bother to develop. February brought the first Hogsmeade weekend since returning to school, and with it, Harry's first significant test. Dumbledore had initially suggested Harry remain at the castle given the security concerns, but Harry had insisted on going, partly to maintain appearances of normality, and partly because he sensed an opportunity to draw out whoever might be watching him. "Are you sure this is a good idea?" Hermione asked as they walked down the path toward the village, snow crunching beneath their feet. "If Voldemort is targeting you, then I'd rather face his people on ground of my choosing, with you lot backing me up," Harry replied quietly. "We've been training for weeks. At some point, we need to see if it's making a difference." Ron, walking on Harry's other side, nodded grimly. Better on a Hogsmeade weekend with Aurors and Order members around than being caught off guard somewhere else. Ginny, Luna, and Neville walked just ahead of them, maintaining casual conversation while subtly scanning for threats. They had all agreed to stick together throughout the visit, with emergency portkeys Dumbledore had provided as a last resort. Hogsmeade was quieter than usual, many shops closed or operating with reduced hours due to the increasing tensions. They stopped first at Honeyduke's, which was doing brisk business despite the atmosphere of unease, then moved on to the Three Broomsticks for butterbeers. "Nothing suspicious so far," Ron muttered as they settled at a corner table with good sightlines to both the door and the back exit. "Maybe we were worried for nothing." "Maybe," Harry agreed, though the hairs on the back of his neck had been standing up since they entered the village. Something felt wrong, though he couldn't pinpoint what. "Trust your instincts," James Potter's voice advised, clearer than usual. "Your mother always said magical intuition was the first line of defense." Madame Rosmerta brought their drinks personally, her usual cheerful demeanor somewhat subdued. "Everything all right, dears?" she asked, lingering at their table longer than necessary. "Anything else you need?" "We're fine, thanks," Harry replied, studying her carefully. Her magical signature seemed normal, if a bit agitated, but there was something off about her behavior. "She's been imperious," Euphemia identified suddenly. The signs are subtle but unmistakable: microsecond delays in response, slightly dilated pupils, magical aura fluctuations. Harry tensed, surreptitiously drawing his wand beneath the table. "Actually, Madame Rosmerta," he said casually, "could you recommend somewhere quiet to visit? The village seems so crowded today." A flicker of something crossed her face, resistance, perhaps, before she smiled mechanically. "The Shrieking Shack is always peaceful this time of year. Hardly anyone goes out there in winter." As she walked away, Harry leaned in. "She's under the Imperious curse. Someone's trying to direct us somewhere isolated." Hermione paled. "How can you tell?" "My grandmother was in magical law enforcement. She recognized the signs." Harry took a slow sip of his butterbeer, maintaining a relaxed posture while his mind raced. "This changes things. We're not leaving here separately or going anywhere isolated. Should we alert the Aurors?" Neville asked quietly. "Not yet," Harry decided. "If we raise the alarm, whoever's controlling Rosmerta will know we've spotted them. I want to know what they're planning." They lingered over their drinks, chatting about nothing important while Harry extended his magical senses, another ancestral skill he'd been developing. Beyond the normal bustle of the pub, he detected several magical signatures maintaining disillusionment charms outside. 4 of them, he murmured between sips. Position to watch the exits. They're waiting for us to leave. Let's not disappoint them, Ginny said with a fierce grin that reminded Harry forcefully of her brothers. We need a plan, Hermione insisted. We can't just walk into an ambush. We won't, Harry assured her. Here's what we're going to do. 20 minutes later, they paid for their drinks and prepared to leave, having worked out a strategy that balanced caution with the need to identify their observers. As they stood, Harry deliberately left his scarf on the chair, giving him an excuse to turn back after the others had exited. This small delay created a natural separation between Harry and his friends, making it appear as though he might be momentarily vulnerable. As he stepped outside into the cold February air, he sensed the disillusioned figure's shifting position, moving to create a perimeter around him. Harry didn't react overtly. He walked casually toward his friends, who had stopped a short distance away, apparently arguing about where to go next. This was part of their plan, creating a distraction while Harry assessed the threat. They're preparing to strike, Ralston warned. The magical build-up suggests stunning spells and anti-apparition jinxes. Harry gave an imperceptible nod to Neville, who immediately cast a shield charm that expanded to cover their entire group, not the standard Protego, but one of the ancient defenses they'd been practicing, designed to appear weaker than it actually was while providing superior protection. The attack came seconds later, for simultaneous stunning spells from different directions, aimed primarily at Harry. The shield absorbed them with barely a flicker, giving Harry's friends time to draw their wands and take defensive positions. Death Eaters, someone screamed from further down the street, causing panicked shoppers to scatter. The disillusioned figures shimmered into visibility as they cast more aggressive spells, revealing themselves as Death Eaters in full regalia, masks and dark robes. Harry recognized Dolohov and Travers among them from their wanted posters, confirming these were part of the Azkaban breakout group. Potter. Dolohov snarled, casting a sickly purple curse that dissipated against Neville's shield. Our Lord wants a word with you. Funny way of asking, Harry replied coolly, channeling Iolanthi's precision as he cast a rapid series of jinxes that forced Dolohov to dive for cover. The street erupted into chaos as students fled and shopkeepers barricaded their doors. In the confusion, Harry and his friends implemented their practiced formation, Neville and Luna maintaining overlapping shields while Harry, Ron, Ginny, and Hermione launched coordinated offensive spells. Harry drew heavily on ancestral combat knowledge, moving with a fluid efficiency that kept him ahead of the Death Eater's curses. He didn't cast anything flashy or obviously beyond 6th year level, but his timing and placement were supernaturally precise, each spell connecting exactly when and where it would be most effective. A cutting curse clipped Travers' wand arm, causing him to drop his wand with a howl of pain. Ginny followed up with a perfect bat bogey hex that left the Death Eater temporarily blinded. Ron and Hermione worked in seamless tandem, one shielding while the other attacked, then switching roles with practiced coordination. They're just kids, one of the masked Death Eaters shouted in disbelief as another of their curses was deflected. How are they doing this? Fall back. Dolohov ordered. We need, whatever they needed, Harry didn't let him finish. Drawing on a combat technique from a particularly ruthless 17th century ancestor, he cast a compression hex at the ground beneath Dolohov's feet, causing the cobblestones to shift and buckle. The Death Eater lost his balance, and Harry followed with a disarming spell that sent Dolohov's wand spinning into the air. In the distance, Harry heard the distinctive cracks of apparition, reinforcements arriving, though whether friend or foe wasn't immediately clear. Finish this now. He called to his friends, channeling more power into his next series of spells. They had practiced this sequence specifically for closing a fight quickly, Ron and Ginny casting simultaneous impediment jinxes to slow the opponents, Neville and Luna maintaining shields, Hermione conjuring magical restraints, and Harry delivering precisely calibrated stunning spells. 2 Death Eaters dropped unconscious before they could react. Travers, still fighting the effects of Ginny's hex, failed to shield against Harry's stunner and collapsed in a heap. Only Dolohov, wandless but desperate, managed to activate some kind of emergency port key, vanishing with a crack before Harry's final spell could connect. "Horrors!" a voice shouted as red-robed figures apparat into the street. "Everyone down!" Harry and his friends immediately lowered their wands, though they maintained defensive positions out of caution. The Horrors surrounded the unconscious Death Eaters, binding them with magical restraints while others secured the perimeter. "Mr. Potter," a familiar voice said. Tonks approached them, her hair a professional brown today though her eyes betrayed her concern. "Are you all right? What happened?" "Death Eaters," Harry explained, keeping his voice steady despite the adrenaline still coursing through him. "4 of them. They were waiting for us when we left the 3 broomsticks. We managed to subdue 3, but Dolohov escaped." Tonks looked between the unconscious Death Eaters and Harry's group with undisguised amazement. "You lot took down 3 Death Eaters by yourselves? Without casualties?" "We've been practicing," Ron said with deliberate understatement that made Ginny snort despite the tension. "Madame Rosmerta is under the Imperious Curse," Harry added, remembering the publican. "She tried to direct us to the Shrieking Shack. You should check on her." Tonks nodded sharply and dispatched 2 Horrors to the pub. As the immediate danger passed and the adrenaline began to fade, Harry felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, not just physical tiredness but magical exhaustion from channeling ancestral abilities with such intensity. "Well handled," Ralston approved. "You maintained control throughout, neither revealing too much nor holding back when it mattered. Your friends performed admirably as well," Iolanthe added. "The training has clearly benefited them all." The next hour was a blur of statements to Horrors, concerned professors arriving from the castle, and eventually Dumbledore himself, appearing with a crack of apparition that somehow sounded more authoritative than those of the Horrors. "Harry," the headmaster said gravely, examining him over his half-moon spectacles. "Once again you find yourself at the center of events." "Not by choice, Professor," Harry replied, maintaining eye contact. "They were specifically targeting me." "Indeed." Dumbledore surveyed the scene, his gaze lingering on the bound Death Eaters. "Most impressive defense. Professor McGonagall tells me you and your friend subdued these 3 before the Horrors arrived?" "We've been practicing defensive magic, sir," Harry said, sticking to their established cover story. "After what happened at the Department of Mysteries last year, we wanted to be better prepared." "A wise precaution, it seems." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled briefly. "Though I imagine your practice sessions have gone somewhat beyond the standard curriculum." Before Harry could respond, a commotion near the captured Death Eaters drew their attention. One of them, the unidentified one Harry hadn't recognized, was convulsing violently despite being stunned and bound. "Stand back," an Auror shouted, but it was too late. The Death Eater's mask crumbled away, revealing a face contorted in agony as his body began to emit a strange, greenish light. "Blood curse," Elara identified immediately. "Self-destruct mechanism to prevent interrogation. Old magic, rarely used in modern times." Harry instinctively stepped forward, drawing on Elara's knowledge of counter-curses, but Dumbledore was faster. The headmaster swept his wand in a complex pattern, creating a containment field around the convulsing Death Eater. But instead of subsiding, the green light intensified, coalescing into a ghostly figure that rose from the Death Eater's now lifeless body, the translucent image of a tall, aristocratic man with hollow cheeks and eyes that burned with malevolent intelligence. "Harry Potter," the apparition spoke, its voice resonating with unnatural depth. "At last we meet, distant kinsman." A chill ran down Harry's spine as his ancestors collectively recoiled in recognition. "Corvinus Gaunt," Iolanthe whispered, horror evident in her mental voice. "Salazar Slytherin's most notorious descendant. How is this possible?" Ralston demanded. "He died centuries ago." The apparition smiled as if hearing these internal reactions. "Your ancestors remember me, I see. Good. They will know then what you face, child of mingled bloodlines." "Who are you?" Harry demanded aloud, though he already knew the answer. "I am Corvinus Gaunt," heir of Slytherin, master of serpents, the apparition replied, its form growing more defined with each word. Your ritual awakened more than just your own lineage, boy. It created ripples through the veil between worlds. Ripples that have allowed me to return. Dumbledore stepped forward, his wand still trained on the apparition. What is your purpose here, Corvinus? Your time has long passed. The ghostly figure laughed, a cold, hollow sound that seemed to drop the temperature around them. My purpose, Dumbledore? To reclaim what was stolen from me. To finish what I began. And to take special interest in young Potter here, who carries blood that should not be his. Harry felt a surge of ancestral memories, fragments of knowledge about Corvinus Gaunt, a dark wizard who had lived in the 16th century and experimented with forbidden magic involving bloodlines and inheritance. According to the memories, he had attempted a ritual to absorb the magical abilities of other family lines before being stopped by a coalition of magical families, including the Potters. You were defeated once, Harry said, drawing strength from these ancestral memories. You'll be defeated again. Perhaps, Corvinus conceded with a mocking smile. But this time, I have advantages my enemies lack. I know what you've done, Harry Potter. I know what you've awakened. And soon, very soon, I will show you the true power of blood magic. The apparition began to fade, its form dissolving into wisps of green mist. We will meet again, kinsman. When you least expect it. The blood always calls to blood in the end. With those ominous words, the apparition vanished completely, leaving behind only the lifeless body of the Death Eater who had served as its temporary vessel. A stunned silence fell over the street, broken only by Tonks's quiet, "What the bloody hell was that?" That, Dumbledore said gravely, was an unexpected complication. One that requires immediate attention. He turned to Harry. I believe we have much to discuss, Harry. Perhaps it's time for complete honesty between us. Harry met the headmaster's gaze steadily. Yes, Professor. I think it is. Back at Hogwarts, ensconced in Dumbledore's office with his friends waiting anxiously outside, Harry faced the moment of truth. The appearance of Corvinus Gaunt had changed everything, there was no more hiding the ritual or its effects. I performed an ancestral awakening ritual during Christmas break, Harry admitted without preamble. Using instructions my mother had researched and prepared. Dumbledore nodded slowly, showing no surprise. I suspected as much. Blood magic of considerable power and antiquity, designed to access the magical knowledge and abilities of your forebears. You knew all along? Harry asked, momentarily taken aback. I had strong suspicions, Dumbledore corrected. The changes in your magical signature were subtle but distinctive to those who know what to look for. And I have some familiarity with such rituals, though they fell out of favor long before my time. Then why didn't you say anything? Harry demanded, frustration bubbling up. Why let me think I was successfully hiding it? Because, Dumbledore said simply, you needed to learn to manage this gift on your own terms, without my interference. And because I was curious to see how you would adapt to such profound changes. Harry wasn't sure whether to be angry at being observed like an experiment or grateful for the space to develop his abilities independently. The ritual worked, he continued after a moment. I can access the knowledge and magic of my ancestors, both Potters and others. Some of them communicate with me directly, guiding me in using their abilities. Fascinating, Dumbledore murmured. A full manifestation of ancestral consciousness, not merely inherited memory. That is exceptionally rare, even in the historical accounts of such rituals. Is it dangerous? Harry asked the question that had been nagging at him since Corvinus's appearance. Dumbledore considered this carefully. The ritual itself carries risks, which you have already navigated successfully. The ancestral presences should pose no direct threat to you, as they are fundamentally aligned with your well-being, they are, after all, your family. But? Harry prompted, sensing there was more. But the ritual has had unintended consequences beyond yourself, Dumbledore continued. As we saw today with Corvinus Gaunt. Your awakening of Potter and Evan's lineage magic seems to have created a resonance effect that has allowed other ancient magical consciousnesses to manifest, specifically, those connected to your bloodline, however distantly. Corvinus called me kinsman, Harry remembered. How am I related to the Gaunts? The old families are all interconnected to some degree, Dumbledore explained. The Potters, while not part of the Sacred 28, have ancient roots in British wizardry. Over centuries, there were likely marriages that connected your line to the Gaunt family, however distantly. And through your mother's line, there may be other connections we don't yet understand. Harry processed this uncomfortable revelation. So Corvinus Gaunt is, what, trying to come back to life using our distant blood connection? I believe his ambitions are more complex than simple resurrection, Dumbledore said gravely. Corvinus was known for his obsession with magical inheritance and bloodline purification. He developed rituals designed to extract magical abilities from other family lines and concentrate them in his own descendants. That's what my ancestors remember about him, Harry nodded. They helped stop him. Indeed they did. The Potters were among several families who formed a coalition to end Corvinus's experiments when they began targeting children from mixed bloodlines. Dumbledore's expression darkened. What concerns me now is that Corvinus appears to have found a way to manifest through Death Eaters, individuals who have already corrupted their own magical cores through dark rituals. And he seems particularly interested in you. Because of what I've done. The ritual? Partly that, Dumbledore agreed. But also because of who you are, a living embodiment of what Corvinus considered impossible and unnatural, the harmonious integration of multiple magical bloodlines, including those from non-magical origins. Harry's mind raced with implications. So now I have 3 enemies, Voldemort, the Department of Mysteries, and a 16th-century ghost with a blood purity obsession. I would not characterize the Department of Mysteries as an enemy, Dumbledore corrected mildly. Overzealous in their pursuit of knowledge, perhaps, but not inherently hostile. And there may be advantages to our current situation that are not immediately apparent. Like what? Harry asked skeptically. For one, Corvinus Gaunt's emergence may distract Voldemort. Tom Riddle has always considered himself Slytherin's only worthy heir. The appearance of another Gaunt, especially one with historical significance, will certainly capture his attention. Great, so they'll fight each other for the right to kill me, Harry muttered. More importantly, Dumbledore continued, ignoring Harry's sarcasm, you now have access to ancestral knowledge that may be critical in understanding both threats. Your forebears helped defeat Corvinus once. Their guidance may be invaluable again. It was a fair point. Harry had been so focused on using ancestral magic against Voldemort that he hadn't considered its utility against other threats. So what do we do now? He asked finally. Now, Dumbledore said, rising from his chair, we adapt our strategy. I believe it's time to accelerate your private lessons and broaden their scope. If you're amenable, I would like to work directly with both you and your ancestral guides. Harry blinked in surprise. You want to talk to my ancestors? Indirectly, through you, yes. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. I confess to considerable scholarly interest in conversing with magical minds from centuries past. But more practically, their insights into both Horcruxes and Corvinus Gaunt's methods could prove decisive. For the first time since the ritual, Harry felt like he might have an actual ally in managing its consequences, not just Ron and Hermione's loyal support, but someone with the knowledge and power to help navigate what was becoming an increasingly complex magical situation. I think they'd be willing, Harry said after mentally consulting his most prominent ancestors. Especially if it helps defeat both Voldemort and Corvinus. Excellent. Dumbledore nodded approvingly. We shall begin tomorrow evening. For now, I suggest you rejoin your friends and get some rest. Today's confrontation, while handled admirably, must have been magically taxing. Harry stood to leave but paused at the door. Professor? Why do you think my mother researched this ritual in the first place? She must have known the risks. Dumbledore's expression softened. Lily Potter was a remarkable witch who understood something many purebloods never grasp, that magic itself transcends the artificial boundaries we place around it. I believe she saw in ancestral magic not a way to prove blood superiority, but a means to access the full spectrum of magical knowledge that was your birthright, regardless of her own Muggle parentage. She did it for me, Harry said quietly. To give me a fighting chance. She did everything for you, Harry, Dumbledore replied gently. Including defying magical conventions that said a Muggleborn witch couldn't possibly understand or utilize ancient blood magic. In proving them wrong, she gave you a gift few wizards in history have received, the living wisdom of your magical heritage. With those words resonating in his mind, Harry left the office, feeling a renewed connection to the mother whose sacrifice had shaped his life in ways he was only beginning to understand. News of the Hogsmeade attack spread through Hogwarts like wildfire, though the details about Corvinus Gaunt remained confidential, known only to Harry, his friends, Dumbledore, and a select few Order members. The official story attributed the attack to escaped Death Eaters attempting to kidnap Harry, with no mention of the ghostly apparition or its ominous warnings. Harry's group, however, knew the full truth, and their training sessions took on a new urgency. The Room of Requirement became their second home as they worked to master defensive magic that might be effective against both conventional threats and Corvinus's unknown capabilities. The problem, Hermione said during one particularly intense session, is that we don't know exactly what Corvinus can do. He appeared as some kind of spirit, but is he limited to possession? Can he cast spells? Affect the physical world? My ancestors don't know either, Harry admitted, toweling off sweat after a difficult magical exercise. He was imprisoned and executed before he completed his most ambitious rituals. What he might have learned or become in death is unknown. Cheery thought, Ron muttered. We need to research magical manifestations, Hermione decided. Spirits, ghosts, possession, all of it. Luna, who had been practicing a particularly complex detection charm nearby, looked up. My father has written about spirit travelers, consciousness that can move between vessels. They're different from ghosts because they retain their full magical abilities. That sounds worryingly like what we saw, Ginny agreed. Corvinus seemed much more present than a regular ghost. More solid somehow. Their discussion was interrupted by the appearance of a door in the wall of the room, something that had never happened before during their sessions. The door swung open to reveal Dobby the house elf, looking anxious. Harry Potter, sir. Dobby squeaked. Professor Dumbledore is requesting Harry Potter in his office immediately. He says it is most urgent. Harry exchanged glances with his friends. Did he say what it's about? Only that it concerns the recent visitor, and that Harry Potter should come quickly. Corvinus, Harry muttered. Something must have happened. He grabbed his robes. Tell Dumbledore I'm on my way. As Harry hurried through the corridors, his ancestors conferred rapidly in his mind, theories and speculations flowing faster than he could fully process. If Corvinus has found another vessel, he may be more physically present this time, Ralston warned. Each manifestation likely strengthens his connection to our plane. The question is how he's achieving this, Iolanthe added. Spirit transference requires powerful anchors, objects or people with specific magical resonance. What kind of anchors? Harry asked as he approached the gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office. Personal possessions, bloodline artifacts, descendants, or Horcruxes, James Potter's voice replied grimly. Objects containing fragments of soul. The implication hit Harry like a physical blow. If Corvinus could use Voldemort's Horcruxes as anchor points. Lemon sherbet, Harry told the gargoyle, which leapt aside. Taking the spiral staircase 2 steps at a time, he burst into Dumbledore's office without knocking. The headmaster was not alone. Standing beside Dumbledore's desk, looking deeply concerned, was an unexpected figure, Draco Malfoy. Harry, thank you for coming so quickly, Dumbledore said calmly. Mr. Malfoy has brought us some rather disturbing information. Draco looked terrible, pale even by his standards, with dark circles under his eyes and a haunted expression that spoke of prolonged stress. He didn't meet Harry's gaze directly. "What's going on?" Harry asked, looking between them. "Tell him what you told me, Draco," Dumbledore encouraged gently. Malfoy took a shuddering breath. "The Dark Lord, he's been acting strangely. Talking to himself, but not in his normal voice. Sometimes it's like someone else is speaking through him." Harry felt a chill. "When did this start?" "A few days ago. After Dolohov returned from Hogsmeade." Malfoy's voice was barely above a whisper. He was furious about the failed attack, but then he just changed. Started laughing in this different voice, talking about the blood calling to blood and reclaiming what was stolen. The phrases were eerily similar to what Corvinus had said in Hogsmeade. "Why are you telling us this?" Harry asked suspiciously. "Why now?" Malfoy finally looked up, his grey eyes showing raw fear. "Because yesterday he killed my father. Called him deluded stock and just killed him. Right in front of my mother. Then he told her that the Malfoy line would be purified through service to both lords now." Dumbledore placed a comforting hand on Malfoy's shoulder. "Draco came to me directly afterward. His mother remains at Malfoy Manor, effectively a hostage, but she insisted he return to Hogwarts and seek protection." Harry processed this shocking development. "Corvinus is possessing Voldemort? Is that even possible?" "Not possession in the conventional sense," Dumbledore replied. "Based on Mr. Malfoy's description and my own sources, it appears to be more of an influence or temporary cohabitation. Tom remains dominant most of the time, but Corvinus can assert control during moments of magical intensity or emotional extremity." "It's getting worse," Malfoy added. "More frequent. The inner circle is terrified. No one knows who's really giving the orders anymore." Harry exchanged a look with Dumbledore, understanding the implications. If Corvinus gained greater influence over Voldemort, they would be facing not just a powerful dark wizard but one guided by centuries-old magical knowledge and obsessions. "There's more," Dumbledore said quietly. "Mr. Malfoy has also informed me that Voldemort is planning something at the Department of Mysteries, specifically targeting the Hall of Prophecy again, but also a restricted area known as the Bloodline Archives." "Why would he?" Harry began, then understanding dawned. "Corvinus wants information about magical bloodlines. Ancestry records." "Precisely," Dumbledore nodded. "The department maintains the most comprehensive genealogical records in Wizarding Britain, including magical bloodline analyses dating back centuries. If Corvinus is seeking to understand modern magical bloodlines or locate specific descendants, those archives would be invaluable." Harry turned to Malfoy. "Do you know when this attack is planned?" "Soon," Malfoy replied. "Within the week. They are gathering forces. Death Eaters, Dementors, Giants. It's going to be a full-scale assault to overwhelm the Ministry's defenses." Dumbledore rose from his desk. "I must alert the Order and the Minister immediately. Harry, please return to your friends and inform them of these developments. But do not spread this information further, we cannot risk word reaching Voldemort that we've been warned." "What about Malfoy?" Harry asked, still uncertain about trusting their longtime enemy. "Mr. Malfoy will remain under my protection," Dumbledore replied firmly. "He has taken an enormous risk in coming to us, and his mother's life depends on our discretion." Malfoy looked at Harry with an expression he'd never seen on the Slytherin's face before, naked vulnerability mixed with determination. "I don't expect you to trust me, Potter. But I'm not letting him use my family anymore. Not either of them." Harry considered him for a long moment, then nodded. "For what it's worth, I'm sorry about your father." A complex series of emotions crossed Malfoy's face. "He made his choices," he said finally. "I'm making mine." With that simple exchange, years of enmity didn't exactly evaporate, but something shifted, a recognition of shared humanity in the face of forces that threatened them all. As Harry left Dumbledore's office to inform his friends about these dramatic developments, his ancestors' voices were unusually quiet, processing the implications of Corvinus Gaunt's growing influence and the looming confrontation at the Ministry. Only Iolanthe spoke clearly, "The ancient and the modern dark are converging, grandson. We must be prepared for magic unlike anything seen in centuries." "We will be," Harry promised silently, his resolve hardening. "Whatever Corvinus and Voldemort are planning, we'll stop them. Together." The upcoming days would test that resolution in ways none of them could fully anticipate. The next week passed in a blur of preparation and tension. Dumbledore mobilized the Order of the Phoenix, coordinating with trusted ministry officials to strengthen the Department of Mystery's defenses without alerting potential spies to their foreknowledge of the attack. Kingsley Shacklebolt, working directly under the minister, arranged for additional Aurors to be assigned to training exercises near the ministry on rotating shifts. Meanwhile, Harry and his friends intensified their training, focusing specifically on defensive magic that might be effective against both conventional dark wizards and whatever abilities Corvinus might manifest. The Room of Requirement became their war room, filled with books on ancient magic, defensive diagrams, and practice dummies. Harry spent every spare moment in consultation with his ancestors, particularly those who had been involved in the original defeat of Corvinus Gaunt. Their memories were fragmentary but valuable, providing insights into his methods and weaknesses. According to Hardwin Potter, Harry explained to the group during one session, Corvinus's magic was strongest when he could establish physical connections to bloodlines he wanted to influence. He used blood samples, family heirlooms, anything with magical resonance to a particular line. That explains his interest in the Bloodline archives, Hermione noted, making another entry in her meticulously organized notebook. They would contain not just genealogical records but actual magical samples, hair, blood, even core material from historical wands. But what's his ultimate goal? Neville asked, looking up from practicing a particularly complex shield charm. Just to come back to life? No, Harry shook his head grimly. According to my ancestors, Corvinus believed he could create a perfect magical bloodline, by selectively absorbing the magical traits of other families while purging what he considered weaknesses. He wanted to engineer the ultimate wizard, himself reborn with accumulated powers from dozens of bloodlines. That's horrific, Ginny said, her face pale. And now he's influencing Voldemort, who already has similar ideas about magical purity. It's worse than that, Luna added in her dreamy voice, though her eyes were unusually focused. They're feeding each other's worst impulses. Voldemort provides modern magical knowledge and a physical vessel, Corvinus provides ancient techniques and obsessions. They're becoming something new. The observation was chillingly accurate. According to Dumbledore's intelligence sources, Voldemort's behavior had become increasingly erratic, oscillating between his usual calculated cruelty and bizarre new obsessions with bloodline testing and ancestral magic. On the fourth night after Malfoy's warning, Harry woke with a start, his scar burning with a familiar yet different pain. Voldemort was excited, triumphant even, but the emotion felt layered, as if filtered through another consciousness. He's moving, James Potter's voice warned. Tonight. Harry threw back his covers and hurriedly dressed. Ron, wake up, he called, shaking his friend. It's happening. Voldemort's attacking the Ministry tonight. Within minutes, they had activated the enchanted galleons left over from Dumbledore's army, summoning their core group to the Room of Requirement. Harry sent his Patronus to Dumbledore with a brief message, he's moving now. Meeting in the room. By the time Dumbledore arrived, looking grave in midnight blue battle robes, they had assembled their team, Harry, Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Neville, and Luna, all dressed and ready, wands in hand. Harry, Dumbledore began, I appreciate your alertness, but you and your friends must remain at Hogwarts. The Order and the Aurors will handle the Ministry defense. With respect, Professor, Harry replied firmly, we need to be there. Corvinus is responding to my ritual, to my bloodline. I'm part of this whether we like it or not. Besides, Ron added, we've been training specifically for this. We know what to expect better than most of the Aurors do. Dumbledore surveyed them thoughtfully. You've all faced extraordinary dangers before and acquitted yourselves admirably. But this situation is unprecedented, a melding of ancient and modern dark magic that even I cannot fully predict. All the more reason to have multiple approaches ready, Hermione argued. We've been researching defensive techniques specifically designed for blood magic and spirit manifestation. And I can communicate with my ancestors in real time, Harry pointed out. They helped defeat Corvinus originally. Their guidance could be crucial. After a long moment, Dumbledore nodded slowly. Very well. But you will follow my directives exactly, remain with designated order members at all times, and use the emergency port keys at the first sign that the situation is deteriorating beyond control. Is that clear? They all agreed solemnly. How do we get to the Ministry? Neville asked. Not by Floo, Dumbledore replied. Those networks will be monitored. Instead, he withdrew an ornate silver pocket watch from his robes. This port key will take us directly to a secure order location near the Ministry. From there, we will proceed according to the defensive plan already established with Kingsley. As they gathered around to touch the port key, Harry felt his ancestors settling into a kind of battle readiness, their presences aligning to provide maximum support without overwhelming his consciousness. We stand with you, grandson, Iolanthe assured him. As we stood against Corvinus centuries ago. With a sharp tug behind his navel, the room of requirement disappeared, and they were whisked away to what would prove to be their most complex confrontation yet, a battle not just for the Ministry, but for the very nature of magical bloodlines and inheritance. They materialized in what appeared to be a basement office, dimly lit and crowded with filing cabinets. Several order members were already present, including Remus Lupin, Tonks, and Moody, all in battle-ready stances. Albus, Moody growled in greeting. The kids too, eh? They have unique insights into our adversary, Dumbledore replied simply. What's the situation? Ministry perimeter sensors detected magical anomalies 10 minutes ago, Tonks reported. Signature patterns consistent with anti-detection charms and disillusionment. They're trying to enter quietly. Unusual for Voldemort, Lupin observed. He typically favors dramatic entrances. Not Voldemort directing this phase, Euphemia analyzed. Corvinus was known for subtlety in the initial stages of an attack. He prefers to secure his objective before revealing his presence. Harry relayed this insight, earning a sharp look from Moody but an approving nod from Dumbledore. If Corvinus is leading the infiltration, they'll be using specialized detection avoidance magic, Harry continued, drawing on ancestral knowledge. Traditional wards won't register it. We need to set up bloodline-sensitive perimeters. Bloodline-sensitive? Tonks looked confused. Magic that detects the caster's lineage signature, Hermione explained, having researched this based on Harry's ancestral information. Every wizard leaves traces of their family magic when casting, especially with older spells. Dumbledore was already drawing his wand in an intricate pattern. An excellent suggestion. This was common practice centuries ago but has fallen out of modern usage. Working together, they established a network of detection wards key to identify the distinctive magical signatures of both Gaunt and Riddle bloodlines. Within minutes, the wards triggered. Level 9, Moody reported, consulting a small device resembling a compass. Department of Mysteries. At least 12 distinct signatures, moving information. They're heading directly for the Bloodline archives, Harry said, certain of it. We need to intercept them there, not in the Hall of Prophecy. Dumbledore nodded. Remus, alert Kingsley's team to converge on Level 9, Eastern Corridor. The rest of us will proceed directly to the archives through the secondary access point. They moved with practiced efficiency, Harry's group staying close together as they had trained. The Ministry was eerily quiet, emergency lighting casting long shadows through deserted corridors. Occasional Aurors nodded to them from concealed positions, Kingsley's people, already in place. As they descended to level 9, Harry felt a strange pressure building in his mind, not pain like his scar connection to Voldemort, but a pulling sensation, as if something was trying to draw out his ancestral presences. "He senses us," Iolanthe warned. Corvinus always had unusual perception for magical bloodlines. "He knows you carry awakened ancestry." "He knows we're coming," Harry murmured to Dumbledore. "He can sense the ancestral magic." "Then we abandon stealth for speed," Dumbledore decided. "Quickly now." They hurried through the twisting corridors of the Department of Mysteries, passing the entrance to the Hall of Prophecy and continuing deeper into areas Harry had never seen during his previous visit. The architecture grew progressively older and more elaborate, with ancient runes carved into arched doorways and magical seals embedded in the floors. Finally, they reached an imposing set of bronze doors etched with an intricate family tree pattern that seemed to shift and change as they watched. "The Bloodline Archives. They've already breached the outer defenses," Moody growled, his magical eye spinning rapidly. "I count 14 hostiles inside, plus, something else. Something not fully human." Harry felt it too, a presence that resonated uncomfortably with both his scar and his ancestral connections. Voldemort and Corvinus, their magics intertwined in a way that sent shivers down his spine. "Remember the plan," Dumbledore instructed them all. "Order members engage the Death Eaters. Harry, focus on disrupting whatever ritual they're attempting. The rest of you, defensive formation around Harry. Use the techniques you've practiced." With a wave of his wand, Dumbledore dissolved the bronze doors, revealing the vast chamber beyond. The Bloodline Archives resembled a combination of library, laboratory, and museum, towering shelves filled with ancient tomes and scrolls, workstations with arcane instruments, and most strikingly, a central dais where thousands of tiny vials containing what appeared to be blood samples were arranged in an enormous three-dimensional family tree structure. On this dais stood Voldemort, but not as Harry had ever seen him before. The Dark Lord's snake-like features remained, but his movements were different, more formal, almost ritualistic, and his eyes flickered between their usual red and a deep, unnatural green. Around him, Death Eaters worked methodically, collecting specific vials and arranging them in patterns on a secondary altar. "Tom," Dumbledore called, his voice echoing through the chamber. "This ends now." Voldemort turned, and when he smiled, the expression held none of his usual cold arrogance. It was older somehow, more calculating. "Albus Dumbledore," he said, but the voice that emerged was a dissonant blend, Voldemort's high, cold tone layered with a deeper, resonant timbre. "And Harry Potter, with his collection of ancestral ghosts. How fitting that you should witness the culmination of my life's work." "That's not just Voldemort talking," Harry muttered to his friends, who had formed a protective semicircle around him as practiced. "Quite right, young kinsman," Voldemort/Corvinus replied, hearing him despite the distance. "Though not just fails to capture the elegant synergy we have achieved. Tom's Horcruxes provided the perfect anchors for my consciousness, fragments of soul already suspended between life and death, receptive to proper guidance." "You're using him," Harry called out, taking a step forward. "Just like you used the Gaunts for centuries, steering their obsessions with blood purity and power." Corvinus laughed using Voldemort's mouth. "Used them. I elevated them. I kept our bloodline focused on its true purpose when others would have diluted it with Muggle filth. Though I admit," he glanced down at Voldemort's body, "the results were less physically impressive than I might have hoped." Around them, Order members and Death Eaters had begun engaging in skirmishes, spells flying as aurors poured in through secondary entrances. But the central confrontation remained focused on the dais. "What are you attempting to do here?" Dumbledore demanded, his wand trained on Voldemort/Corvinus. "Simply reclaiming what should have been mine centuries ago," Corvinus replied. "The collective magical inheritance of the noble bloodlines of Britain. Starting with those closest to my own." Harry noticed that the vials being arranged on the altar corresponded to specific family lines, Abbott, Bones, Longbottom, Macmillan, and others with long magical histories. And at the center, prominently placed, were vials labeled Potter. My blood, Harry realized aloud. You need my blood for the ritual. So quick to understand, Corvinus smiled with Voldemort's face. Yes, your blood is particularly valuable now that you've activated its full potential. The awakened bloodline of a Potter, carrying traces of Peveril, Gryffindor, and so many others, including, distantly, my own line. You'll never get it, Ron growled, stepping forward with his wand raised. I already have it, Corvinus replied calmly. Or have you forgotten your little skirmish in Hogsmeade? The cutting curse that clipped young Travers. Harry's blood ran cold as he remembered, the Death Eater dropping his wand after Harry's cutting curse caught his arm. They must have collected his blood from the scene afterward. The sample was small, Corvinus continued, but sufficient for our purposes when combined with the archive's historical samples. Behold, the culmination of centuries of work. He raised Voldemort's wand, and the collected vials on the altar began to glow with an eerie luminescence, colors swirling within each sample like miniature galaxies. As they watched in horror, thin streams of blood rose from each vial, merging in midair to form a complex, three-dimensional pattern that resembled a vastly more elaborate version of the ritual circle Harry had used for his own ancestral awakening. He's attempting a mass bloodline convergence, Ralston identified, alarm evident in his mental voice. A theoretical ritual from the darkest periods of blood magic research. It would allow him to absorb magical traits from multiple family lines simultaneously. We need to disrupt the pattern, Harry said urgently to Dumbledore. If those blood samples fully integrate, he'll be able to absorb the magical characteristics of every bloodline represented. Dumbledore nodded grimly. Focus on the central nexus. I will attempt to contain the outer structure. Before they could act, Voldemort/Corvinus made a slashing motion with his wand, sending a wave of force outward that knocked several Order members off their feet. You will not interfere this time, Dumbledore. The ritual is already past the critical point. The floating blood pattern was spinning now, contracting inward toward Voldemort's position. Death Eaters had formed a protective circle around the dais, exchanging increasingly intense spell fire with the Order members and Aurors. Harry, now! Hermione shouted, casting a powerful shield charm to deflect a barrage of curses aimed at their group. Drawing on multiple ancestral sources simultaneously, Iolanthi's precision, James's power, Linfred's magical theory, Harry cast a disruption spell specifically designed to interfere with blood magic. The white-gold light from his wand struck the swirling blood pattern, creating ripples of dissonance through its structure. Voldemort/Corvinus snarled in fury. You dare use blood magic against me? I who mastered these arts before your ancestors were born. Not all my ancestors, Harry countered, continuing to pour power into the disruption spell. The Potters helped stop you once before. We'll do it again. The magical confrontation escalated rapidly. Dumbledore engaged Voldemort directly, their spells colliding in explosive bursts of color and force, while Harry maintained his focus on disrupting the blood ritual. His friends defended him fiercely, their practiced formations holding despite increasingly desperate attacks from the Death Eaters. The chamber had become a chaotic battlefield, but Harry remained focused on the central threat, the blood pattern that was still gradually contracting despite his interference. He needed something more powerful, more directly opposed to Corvinus's magic. You must use your own blood, Iolanthi instructed urgently. It's the same bloodline he's trying to exploit, but under your control rather than his. Direct opposition. Without hesitation, Harry slashed his palm with a quick cutting charm and thrust his bleeding hand toward the ritual. Sanguinum contra sanguinum, he shouted, the Latin phrase coming naturally from ancestral memory. Blood against blood. His blood shot forward in a crimson stream, intercepting the complex pattern Corvinus had created. Where they met, a reaction like magical oil and water occurred, Corvinus's controlled pattern beginning to fragment and separate as Harry's freely given blood introduced chaos into the rigid structure. Voldemort's body convulsed as Corvinus fought to maintain control of both the host and the ritual. No, the blended voice howled. You cannot undo centuries of work. I'm not undoing it, Harry replied, maintaining the connection between his blood and the ritual pattern. I'm completing it. Drawing on every ancestor's knowledge simultaneously, Harry redirected the flow of magic. Instead of allowing the bloodline convergence to focus inward toward Voldemort/Corvinus, he inverted the pattern, causing it to expand outward. The thousands of blood samples began returning to their original separation, their magical properties rebalancing instead of being extracted. Voldemort dropped to his knees on the dais, his body shuddering violently as Corvinus's influence wavered. "What have you done?" The voice was primarily Voldemort's now, with Corvinus's deeper tones fading. "Blood magic works both ways," Harry explained, continuing to guide the reversal with his wand and bleeding hand. "You tried to take what wasn't yours. I'm giving back what belongs to everyone." The expanded blood pattern was now spreading throughout the chamber, tiny droplets returning to their respective vials while excess magic dissipated in harmless sparks. As the ritual collapsed entirely, Voldemort let out an inhuman scream, but it wasn't his usual high, cold voice. This was Corvinus's deeper roar of rage, tearing itself free from Voldemort's throat. A greenish mist began to separate from Voldemort's body, coalescing into the translucent form they had seen in Hogsmeade. Corvinus Gaunt, now partially manifested but untethered to a physical host. "This is not over, Potter," the apparition snarled, its form already beginning to fade without the ritual's power to sustain it. "The blood always calls to blood. I will return, and when I do, you'll find me waiting," Harry finished for him, standing tall despite the magical exhaustion pulling at him. "Just like my family was waiting last time." With a final howl of frustration, Corvinus's apparition dispersed into wisps of green smoke that faded into nothingness. On the dais, Voldemort struggled to his feet, his red eyes blazing with humiliation and fury. "Potter," he spat, his voice fully his own again. "You have merely exchanged one enemy for another. I do not need Corvinus Gaunt's methods to destroy you." Before anyone could react, Voldemort disapparated with a crack that shouldn't have been possible within the Ministry's anti-apparition wards. Around them, seeing their master flee and the ritual destroyed, the remaining Death Eaters began to surrender or attempt escape. Harry swayed slightly, the magical exertion of the past hour catching up to him. Ron and Hermione moved quickly to support him. "Did we win?" Ron asked uncertainly, looking at the chaos around them. "For now," Harry replied, watching as Auror secured the captured Death Eaters and Order members began treating the wounded. "We stopped the ritual. Corvinus is banished, temporarily at least. And Voldemort has been humiliated," Dumbledore finished, approaching them with a slight limp but otherwise appearing remarkably unscathed. "Which makes him more dangerous in the short term, but perhaps more vulnerable than he has ever been. For the first time, the wizarding world has witnessed him fail spectacularly." Indeed, Harry realized, there had been dozens of witnesses to Voldemort's possession by Corvinus and subsequent defeat, Aurors, Order members, even some Ministry officials who had arrived during the battle. His carefully cultivated image of invincibility had been shattered. "What about the Bloodline archives?" Hermione asked, looking at the thousands of vials that had returned to their organized structure. "Are they secure?" "They will be," Dumbledore assured her. "Though I believe certain samples may need to be more carefully protected in the future." He glanced meaningfully at the vials labeled Potter. As the immediate crisis subsided, Harry felt his ancestors' presences settling back into their usual arrangement in his mind, no longer in the heightened battle-ready state of the past hours. "You did well, grandson," Iolanthe told him warmly. Using his own methods against him was precisely the right approach. "The threat is not permanently eliminated," Ralston cautioned. "Corvinus found a way back once, he may do so again. And Voldemort remains at large. But we're stronger now," Harry replied silently. "We know what we're facing, and we're prepared." As they made their way out of the Department of Mysteries, Harry reflected on how much had changed since he performed the Ancestral Awakening ritual just weeks ago. He had gained not only magical knowledge and abilities but a deeper connection to his family's legacy, the wisdom, courage, and determination that had defined Potters for generations. What happens now? Ginny asked as they regrouped in the ministry atrium, where Kingsley was already coordinating with the minister. Now, Harry said with newfound confidence, we finish what my parents started. We end Voldemort, once and for all. The battle at the Department of Mysteries hadn't been the final confrontation he'd expected, but it had changed the landscape of the war. Voldemort was vulnerable, his forces disordered, his plans disrupted. And Harry Potter, backed by centuries of ancestral knowledge and surrounded by loyal friends, was ready to press the advantage. The blood had spoken, and its message was clear: the time had come to reclaim the future from those who would corrupt the past. Chapter 3, Legacy Ascendant. The Ministry battle changed everything. Harry returned to Hogwarts with his friends in the early hours of the morning, exhausted but vigilant. The Daily Prophet's emergency edition hit breakfast tables with screaming headlines: Dark Lord possessed. Ministry battle exposes Voldemort's weakness. Potter and Dumbledore thwart attack on Department of Mysteries. Ancient Dark Wizard attempts return through WHO. For once, the Prophet got most details right. Ministry officials who witnessed the battle confirmed seeing Voldemort possessed by what appeared to be another consciousness. Experts were already speculating about the implications, while magical historians rushed to provide context about Corvinus Gaunt and his historical significance. They're calling you the Bloodline Defender now, Ron said, sliding the paper across the Gryffindor table. Bit awkward, but better than undesirable number one, I guess. Harry grimaced at the headline. Potter reveals unprecedented magical heritage. The Bloodline Defender rises. Fantastic, he muttered. Just what I needed, another title. Hermione leaned over, scanning the article. At least they're reporting your ancestral abilities as rediscovered family magic rather than a ritual. Dumbledore must have managed the messaging. Small mercies, Harry sighed, noticing the stares from across the Great Hall. Students from all houses were openly watching him, expressions ranging from awe to calculation to outright fear. Fame is both shield and burden, Ralston observed. Your public profile will complicate Voldemort's plans for direct action against you, but it also removes certain advantages of secrecy. Not like I had much secrecy left anyway, Harry thought back, catching Malfoy's eye across the hall. The Slytherin gave him an almost imperceptible nod before returning to his breakfast, isolated from his usual group. Word of Lucius Malfoy's execution had spread, and Draco's position in Slytherin House had collapsed overnight. Professor McGonagall approached the Gryffindor table, her expression grave. Potter, the headmaster requests your presence in his office immediately. Your friends as well. She glanced at their barely touched breakfasts. You may bring toast if you wish. The seriousness of her tone brooked no argument. They grabbed napkin-wrapped toast and followed her through the buzzing Great Hall, where whispers followed their every step. The ministry's in complete disarray, McGonagall informed them as they walked. Minister Scrimgeour is demanding briefings, the Department of Mysteries is securing the archives, and half the Wizengamot is calling for emergency sessions. What about Voldemort? Harry asked. McGonagall's lips thinned. No confirmed sightings since his retreat from the ministry. The captured Death Eaters are being questioned, but most know very little of their master's contingency plans. When they reached Dumbledore's office, they found it unusually crowded. Snape stood by the window, looking more sour than usual. Kingsley Shacklebolt and Tonks represented the Auror office. Most surprisingly, Director Croaker from the Department of Mysteries sat opposite Dumbledore's desk, his pale eyes fixed on Harry from the moment he entered. Ah, Harry, Dumbledore greeted him, seeming remarkably energetic despite the previous night's battle. Thank you for coming so promptly. Please, all of you, find seats where you can. As they settled into conjured chairs, Dumbledore addressed the room. We face an unprecedented situation that requires coordination between multiple entities that don't typically work together: Hogwarts, the Order, the Ministry, and, he nodded toward Croaker, the Department of Mysteries. The situation being, Croaker interjected, a 16-year-old student performed an ancient blood ritual that not only awakened his ancestral magic but also inadvertently created a pathway for a 16th-century dark wizard to partially return. Harry met Croaker's accusatory stare evenly. The situation being that Voldemort was already hunting me, and I found a way to level the playing field. Corvinus was an unexpected complication. An unexpected complication that nearly resulted in the catastrophic merger of over 30 magical bloodlines under the control of 2 dark wizards, Croaker retorted. Which we prevented, Hermione pointed out. Using the very abilities Harry gained from the ritual. Dumbledore raised a hand for peace. What's done is done. Our focus must now be forward, specifically, how to address 3 critical threats. First, Voldemort, wounded and humiliated but still dangerous. Second, Corvinus Gaunt, temporarily banished but seeking another path to manifestation. And third, the Ministry itself, which contains elements that would see Harry's abilities controlled or exploited. That last point hung ominously in the air. Harry noticed Croaker didn't contradict it. The department's interest is purely scientific, Croaker said smoothly. Mr. Potter's condition represents a unique opportunity to study ancestral magic in active expression. My condition is not up for study, Harry replied firmly. And I'm not interested in becoming a department experiment. Croaker's thin smile didn't reach his eyes. Perhaps not willingly. Enough, Kingsley's deep voice cut through the tension. The minister has made it clear that Harry Potter is to be protected, not investigated. His actions at the ministry saved us from catastrophe. For now, Croaker conceded. But the Unspeakables have concerns about long-term stability. Ancestral consciousness integration is historically volatile, multiple personalities competing for control typically leads to magical degradation or psychological fracturing. He's not entirely wrong, Euphemia admitted privately to Harry. Though our arrangement is more stable than historical cases because we're linked by direct bloodline and cooperating by choice. Harry addressed both Croaker's concern and his grandmother's admission. My ancestors aren't competing for control. They're collaborating with me by choice. Our shared bloodline creates natural compatibility. Snape spoke for the first time, his voice laden with skepticism. And we are simply to take your word for this, Potter. That ancient wizards and witches with their own agendas are altruistically helping you without seeking dominance. Actually, Severus, Dumbledore interjected gently, I have personally communicated with several of Harry's ancestors through him. They exhibit distinct personalities but aligned purposes, primarily the protection of their descendant and the defeat of threats to their family line. Snape looked like he'd bitten into something sour, but he didn't argue further. This brings us to immediate action items, Dumbledore continued. Based on intelligence from our sources, including young Mr. Malfoy, we believe Voldemort is regrouping at a secondary location. The Malfoy Manor headquarters has been abandoned. He'll strike at Hogwarts, Harry said with certainty. Maybe not immediately, but it's coming. The humiliation at the ministry means he needs a decisive victory to maintain control of his followers. My assessment as well, Dumbledore agreed. Which is why I've authorized several security measures, beginning with placing the castle on heightened alert. Additionally, he turned to Harry, I believe you and your core group should move to secure quarters where you can continue your specialized training without scrutiny. The room of requirement? Hermione suggested. Dumbledore shook his head. Too well known after last year's exposure. I have something else in mind. The headmaster's tower contains a seldom-used training suite designed for exactly this purpose. It can be accessed only through my office and has remained sealed for nearly a century. Harry exchanged glances with his friends. Living in Dumbledore's tower, separate from their houses, would mean effectively going underground within Hogwarts itself, cutting ties with normal student life in favor of dedicated preparation. What about classes? Hermione asked, predictably. A modified schedule, McGonagall replied. Essential subjects only, with specialized instruction based on your unique circumstances. And the other students? Neville spoke up. If Voldemort attacks Hogwarts, everyone's at risk. We should be teaching more people to defend themselves, not hiding away in a tower. It was a fair point, and Harry saw Dumbledore considering it seriously. Perhaps, the headmaster said slowly, a two-tiered approach. You six would form the core training group, focusing on integrating ancestral magic with modern defense, while simultaneously providing instruction to a larger group, an expansion of your previous defense association, but with official sanction. Harry nodded. That could work. We'd need to be careful about what we teach. Some of the ancestral magic is bloodline specific, but the defensive principles could be adapted for general use. It is settled, then, Dumbledore said. You will relocate to the headmaster's tower this evening. Professor McGonagall will arrange for your essential belongings to be transferred. The meeting continued with discussions of castle defenses, communication protocols, and intelligence gathering. Throughout, Harry noticed Croaker watching him with uncomfortable intensity, as if trying to see the ancestral presences hiding behind his eyes. When they finally left Dumbledore's office, Harry felt the weight of their new reality settling onto his shoulders. They were no longer just students preparing for exams, they were actively preparing for war. This is really happening, Ginny said quietly as they descended the spiral staircase. We're basically dropping out of school to train for a battle we know is coming. Not dropping out, Luna corrected dreamily. Just shifting priorities. Daddy always says education takes many forms beyond classroom walls. For once, I completely agree with Luna's dad, Ron said, earning a surprised smile from the Ravenclaw. Passing transfiguration doesn't matter much if Voldemort takes over, does it? As they walked back to their dormitories to pack essentials, Harry fell into step beside Neville, who had been unusually quiet. You okay with all this? Harry asked. It's a lot to ask, giving up normal life to train full-time. Neville's face hardened with determination that still surprised Harry sometimes, despite having seen it in the Department of Mysteries and in their recent training. My parents gave up everything to fight in the First War, he said simply. I've finally found something I'm good at. If my normal life has to wait while we stop Voldemort and this Gaunt character, that's a price I'm willing to pay. Harry clapped him on the shoulder, feeling a surge of appreciation for how much Neville had grown. We're lucky to have you. You know what's strange? Neville continued as they climbed through the portrait hole. For years, I tried to live up to what I thought my parents would want. Now I'm finally doing it, and it doesn't feel like I'm trying to be them anymore. It just feels like I'm being myself. The observation struck Harry deeply, resonating with his own journey of integrating ancestral abilities while maintaining his identity. I know exactly what you mean, he said. The headmaster's training suite exceeded all expectations. Hidden behind what appeared to be a solid stone wall in Dumbledore's tower, it expanded into a complex of rooms that included a large training area with reinforced walls, a comfortable common space, 6 individual bedrooms, a small library, and a potions laboratory. This is brilliant, Ron exclaimed, bouncing on one of the plush sofas in the common area. Why don't headmasters use this place all the time? It's only supposed to activate in times of great need, Hermione explained, already examining the bookshelves. According to Hogwarts, a history, the suite was created by Headmistress Eupraxia Mold during the Goblin rebellions of 1612 to train student defenders when the school was threatened. And it's been empty ever since? Ginny asked, peering into one of the bedrooms. Not entirely, Luna said, running her fingers along a wall covered in faint markings. Someone used it during Grindelwald's rise. Look at these protection runes, they're from the 1930s. Harry was continually impressed by Luna's ability to notice things others missed. He joined her at the wall, where indeed, barely visible inscriptions formed protective patterns that felt recent compared to the ancient magic of the castle itself. Dumbledore must have trained fighters here during the war against Grindelwald, he realized. Before he personally went to face him. A repeating pattern, James Potter observed in his mind. Each generation facing its own dark threat, each finding its own way to prepare. The thought was sobering but also oddly comforting. They weren't the first to stand against darkness, wouldn't be the last. They were part of a continuum of resistance stretching back centuries. That evening, after settling into their new quarters, they gathered in the common area to discuss training priorities. Harry had spent the afternoon consulting with his ancestors, developing a comprehensive approach that would leverage their unique knowledge while remaining accessible to his friends. "We need to focus on 5 key areas," he explained, conjuring a floating diagram that showed their training schedule. Defensive magic, offensive capabilities, medical response, tactical movement, and counter-rituals. Counter-rituals? Ron questioned. "Based on what we saw at the Ministry, both Voldemort and Corvinus rely heavily on ritual magic for their most powerful effects," Harry explained. "We need to understand how to disrupt their rituals at any stage of completion." "I can focus on the medical side," Neville volunteered. "My mum was a healer before she was an Auror. I've been reading her old textbooks." "Perfect," Harry agreed. "Ginny, you've got the best tactical mind next to Ron, you take point on movement drills and formation fighting. Hermione and Luna, I want you both working on counter-rituals, combining Luna's intuitive approach with Hermione's technical precision." "What about offensive capabilities?" Ron asked. "That's my favorite part." "We'll all rotate through offensive training," Harry said. "But you and I will focus on developing combination attacks that leverage ancestral techniques adapted for modern wands." With roles assigned, they settled into a rhythm over the following days that would have been grueling if not for the urgency driving them. Mornings began with physical conditioning, running the tower stairs, strength exercises, and reflex drills. Middays were spent on specialized training based on their assigned focuses. Evenings featured intensive practice dueling, often with Harry channeling different ancestral combat styles to present varied challenges. 3 times weekly, they conducted larger training sessions in the Room of Requirement for a carefully selected group of trusted DA members, mostly 7th and 6th years who had proven their reliability the previous year. These sessions focused on practical defense against Death Eater tactics, healing basics, and coordinated group fighting. Meanwhile, Hogwarts transformed around them. Aurors patrolled the grounds openly. Ancient statues took up watchful positions at entrances and key corridors. Professors conducted evacuation drills with younger students. The light-hearted atmosphere that usually pervaded the castle, even in difficult times, gave way to grim determination. 2 weeks into their new regimen, Harry was demonstrating a Peveril shielding technique to Neville when Luna entered their training room, her expression unusually focused. "He's making another attempt," she said without preamble. They didn't need to ask who he was. Since the Ministry battle, Luna had displayed an increasing sensitivity to Corvinus's activities, able to sense disturbances in what she called the ancestral fabric. "Where?" Harry asked, immediately alert. "Not where, who," Luna clarified. "He's trying to manifest through Draco Malfoy. The bloodlines are compatible enough, and Draco's emotional state makes him vulnerable." Harry swore under his breath. Despite their complicated history, Malfoy had taken an enormous risk warning them about Voldemort's plans. He didn't deserve to become Corvinus's next vessel. "How long do we have?" Hermione asked, already reaching for her reference books on spirit possession. "Hours, not days," Luna replied. "It started during breakfast. I felt the disturbance but couldn't identify it until just now." "We need to find him," Harry decided. Where would Malfoy go if he was feeling threatened or unwell? "Slytherin dungeons," Ron suggested. Ginny shook her head. "Not if he feels vulnerable. He's isolated from his housemates now." "The prefect's bathroom, maybe?" Hermione offered. "It's private, secure." "Or the Room of Requirement," Neville said. "He was using it for something last term, remember? Before we took it over for training." Harry nodded. "Let's split up. Ron and Ginny, check the dungeons. Hermione and Luna, take the prefect's bathroom. Neville, you're with me on the Room of Requirement." Everyone use the enchanted galleons to signal if you find him. As they scattered on their search, Harry felt his ancestors shifting in his consciousness, those with relevant knowledge moving forward to offer guidance. Possession is easier to prevent than reverse, Iolanthe warned. And Corvinus's method will be subtle, not forcible occupation but gradual influence, exploiting existing fears and resentments. Like Voldemort's diary with Ginny, Harry realized, his determination strengthening. He wouldn't let another student suffer that fate if he could prevent it. When he and Neville reached the 7th floor, Harry paced before the blank wall, focusing intently. I need to find Draco Malfoy. I need to find where Draco Malfoy is hiding. To his surprise, a door materialized. That worked better than I expected, he muttered to Neville, drawing his wand cautiously. Inside, they found a space unlike the room's usual manifestations, not the cluttered storage version or their training configuration, but a small, sparse chamber containing only a desk, a chair, and Draco Malfoy. Malfoy sat with his back to them, hunched over what appeared to be a small cauldron, muttering in a language that definitely wasn't Latin. The air around him shimmered with greenish energy that Harry immediately recognized from Corvinus's previous manifestations. Malfoy, Harry called sharply. Step away from whatever you're doing. Draco turned slowly, and Harry felt his stomach drop. The Slytherin's normally grey eyes had a greenish tinge, and his movements were too formal, too measured, the same unnatural quality Voldemort had displayed during Corvinus's influence. Potter, Malfoy replied, but his voice carried an older, deeper resonance beneath his normal tones. Always interrupting at critical moments. Some habits persist across centuries. Harry activated his enchanted galleon, alerting the others, while keeping his wand trained on Malfoy. Let him go, Corvinus. He's not yours to take. No. The blended voice was chilling. The boy practically invited me in. So much fear. So much resentment. So much desire to protect what remains of his family. I merely offered assistance. By taking over his body. Neville challenged, moving to Harry's right in a defensive position they'd practiced. Malfoy/Corvinus smiled thinly. A temporary arrangement. Once I've stabilized my presence, I could offer him great power. The Malfoy line is disappointingly diluted, but it retains traces of older magic I find useful. What's in the cauldron? Harry demanded, trying to see past Malfoy to the desk. A simple anchoring potion. Blood freely given, his own, combined with certain catalysts. Malfoy/Corvinus gestured dismissively. Nothing as elaborate as my work with Tom Riddle. The boy lacks the necessary magical bifurcation that Horcruxes provide. Harry took a careful step forward. Draco, if you can hear me, fight him. He's lying to you. He won't help your family, he'll consume you completely once he's established control. A flicker of something, recognition, perhaps, crossed Malfoy's face before the unnatural calm returned. How touching, Corvinus mocked through Malfoy's lips. The ancient enemies, Potter and Malfoy, suddenly concerned for each other's welfare. But then, you've always been soft, Harry Potter. Even with ancestral power at your disposal, you hesitate to use it to its full potential. I use exactly as much power as I need, Harry replied, continuing to advance slowly. Right now, that means enough to expel you without harming Draco. You think you can, Corvinus began, but suddenly Malfoy's body seized, his expression contorting as if in internal struggle. For a brief moment, Draco's own voice broke through, Potter, don't let him, the potion can't complete, the warning cut off as Corvinus reasserted control, snarling with uncharacteristic rage through Malfoy's face. He lunged for the cauldron, clearly intent on completing whatever ritual would cement his possession. Harry reacted instantly, channeling a disruption spell Iolanthe had taught him specifically for breaking magical bindings. The blue-white light struck Malfoy squarely in the chest, momentarily separating his figure into two overlapping images, his physical body and a greenish silhouette that resembled Corvinus's apparition from the Ministry. Neville, the cauldron. Harry shouted, maintaining the disruption spell despite the magical drain it caused. Neville didn't hesitate. With precision that would have been unthinkable a year earlier, he cast a freezing charm that instantly solidified the potion mid-bubble. Malfoy/Corvinus howled in frustration, the sound echoing with layers of voices past and present. The door burst open behind them as the rest of their group arrived, wands drawn. Containment formation. Hermione called, immediately assessing the situation. The 6 of them moved into practice positions, surrounding Malfoy while Luna began inscribing a hasty circle on the floor with her wand, leaving a gap for Harry. "What's happening to him?" Ginny asked, maintaining her defensive stance. "Partial possession," Harry explained, still channeling the disruption spell. "Corvinus is using Malfoy's blood and emotional distress as anchors. We need to complete Luna's containment and then perform an expulsion." Malfoy's body convulsed again, fighting against the disruption spell. "You cannot hold me indefinitely, Potter," Corvinus snarled. "The boys will weaken by the moment." "Maybe," Harry acknowledged, feeling sweat beading on his forehead from the magical exertion. "But he's not alone, and neither am I." With his free hand, Harry made a subtle signal to Hermione, who began a low chant in what sounded like Old English, a counter-ritual they'd prepared for just such a scenario. Luna completed the circle around Malfoy, closing the final segment with a flourish of her wand. "Now, Harry," she called. Harry switched spells instantly, transitioning from disruption to extraction. Drawing heavily on Iolanthi's knowledge of spirit magic, he directed a silver-white beam that connected with the greenish silhouette now partially visible around Malfoy. "Reverti ad umbras," Harry commanded, the ancestral Latin flowing naturally. "Return to the shadows." For a moment, nothing seemed to happen. Then the greenish aura began to separate more distinctly from Malfoy's physical form, becoming a translucent apparition much like they'd seen at the Ministry. Draco himself dropped to his knees, gasping as if he'd been underwater. "This accomplishes nothing," Corvinus hissed, his form growing less distinct but still present within Luna's containment circle. "I will find another vessel, another approach. The blood always finds a way." "Not this time," Harry countered, changing tactics. Instead of trying to banish Corvinus directly, he reached for a different ancestral technique, one that Ralston had described but warned was magically exhausting. "We're going to bind you properly, the way they should have centuries ago." Harry motioned for his friends to join hands around the circle, creating an unbroken chain with him at the focal point. Then, drawing deeply on his connection to his ancestors, he began to chant in an archaic form of Welsh that predated modern magical incantations. The others couldn't understand the words, but they felt their magic being drawn through the connected circle, channeling through Harry into a cohesive force. The room's temperature dropped sharply as ambient magical energy concentrated around them. Inside the circle, Corvinus's apparition thrashed violently, its form fluctuating between distinct solidity and vaporous dispersion. "You don't have the power to bind me," he raged. "No single wizard does." "I'm not a single wizard," Harry replied calmly, his voice overlaid with the resonance of multiple ancestral voices speaking in unison through him. "I am the culmination of generations. And we bound you once before." The combined magical pressure intensified until the very air seemed to vibrate. Harry felt his ancestors surge forward in his consciousness, not competing for control but combining their knowledge and power in perfect synchronization, Iolanthi's precision, Ralston's authority, Linfred's innovation, and dozens of others contributing their unique magical signatures to the binding. With a final surge of power that momentarily illuminated the room in blinding white light, Harry completed the incantation. Corvinus's apparition compressed inward, shrinking rapidly until it was contained within a small, crystalline structure that materialized in the center of the circle, a magical prison specifically designed to contain a disembodied consciousness. As the light faded and the oppressive magical pressure dissipated, Harry swayed on his feet, nearly collapsing from magical exhaustion. Ron and Neville caught him before he could fall. "Did it work?" Ginny asked, staring at the crystal, which glowed with a faint green light from within. "For now," Harry managed, his voice hoarse. "It's not permanent, no binding can be, but it'll hold him much longer than his previous banishment." Hermione approached the crystal cautiously. "What do we do with it?" "Take it to Dumbledore," Harry said. "He'll know how to secure it properly." But first, he turned his attention to Malfoy, who was still kneeling on the floor, looking pale and disoriented. "Draco, are you all right?" Malfoy looked up, his eyes back to their normal gray but haunted by the experience. "Define all right," he said weakly, attempting his usual sarcasm but lacking the energy to make it convincing. "He's gone from your mind?" Harry pressed. "Completely?" Malfoy nodded slowly. "I think so. It feels empty now. Quiet." He shuddered. "He was in my dreams for days before I even realized what was happening. Offering to help protect my mother, restore my family's position. By the time I understood what he really wanted, he could already influence my actions." "You fought him at the end," Neville pointed out, surprising everyone with his supportive tone toward Malfoy. "You warned us about the potion." "Fat lot of good it did me," Malfoy muttered, but there was less bitterness in his voice than simple exhaustion. "Why did he choose you?" Luna asked with her characteristic directness. "Was it just opportunity, or something specific?" Malfoy hesitated, then sighed. The Malfoy line apparently had some connection to the Gaunt centuries back. Distant cousins or something. He said my blood resonance made me compatible. His expression darkened. "Seems all anyone cares about lately is blood." The irony of Draco Malfoy, who had spent years tormenting others about blood purity, now lamenting this focus wasn't lost on any of them. But Harry recognized the genuine disillusionment behind the statement. "Welcome to the club," he said, offering Malfoy a hand up. "Think you can walk? We need to get that crystal to Dumbledore and you to Madame Pomfrey." Malfoy looked at the offered hand with momentary suspicion before accepting it. "I don't need the hospital wing. I just need sleep. Without ancient wizards whispering in my head." "Fair enough," Harry conceded. "But Dumbledore should still check you over, make sure there's no lingering influence." As they gathered their things and prepared to leave, Hermione carefully levitating the crystal containment, Malfoy cleared his throat awkwardly. "Potter," he said, not quite meeting Harry's eyes. "What you did, with all that ancestral power or whatever. Why aren't you?" He trailed off. "Why am I not what?" Harry prompted. "Insane," Malfoy finished bluntly. "Or power mad. Or. I don't know. When he was in my head, even partially, it was overwhelming. How do you handle multiple consciousnesses without losing yourself?" It was a surprisingly insightful question, one Harry had asked himself many times since performing the ritual. "Their family," he said simply. "They want what's best for me, not control over me. And they understand something Corvinus never did, true power comes from cooperation, not domination." Malfoy didn't look entirely convinced, but he nodded thoughtfully. "Lucky you, then. Having family that actually helps instead of getting you marked for death." There was no good response to that, so Harry simply led the way out of the room of requirement, their unusual group, 6 trained fighters, 1 recovering possession victim, and 1 imprisoned ancient dark wizard, making their way through the silent corridors toward Dumbledore's office. The binding of Corvinus Gaunt marked a turning point in their preparation. With one major threat temporarily contained, they could focus more directly on the looming confrontation with Voldemort. The crystal prison was secured in a specially warded chamber beneath Dumbledore's office, where ancient protections dating back to the founders themselves would prevent any attempt at remote influence or escape. Malfoy, after being thoroughly examined by both Dumbledore and Madame Pomfrey, joined their training sessions in the headmaster's tower. The decision wasn't without controversy. Ron in particular remained suspicious, but Harry recognized both the practical value of having another capable fighter and the symbolic importance of demonstrating that alliances could transcend old rivalries. "He's not so bad when he's not being a prat," Ginny reluctantly admitted after Malfoy had helped her perfect a particularly tricky countercurse. Still has the personality of a mildly sedated flobberworm, but he knows his stuff. He's motivated, Harry pointed out. Voldemort murdered his father and is holding his mother hostage. That tends to focus the mind. Their expanded group settled into an even more intensive training routine as March gave way to April. The weather warmed, but they barely noticed, spending most of their time either in the headmaster's tower or conducting larger defense classes for the reformed DA. Hogwarts itself continued its transformation into a fortress. Ancient wards long dormant were reactivated by Dumbledore and Flitwick. The house elves prepared emergency supplies and evacuation protocols. Even the Forbidden Forest seemed to shift, its denizens moving deeper into the woods as the outer edges became part of the castle's defensive perimeter. Through it all, Harry's connection to his ancestors deepened and refined. What had begun as distinct voices competing for his attention had evolved into a harmonious integration, still separate consciousnesses, but working in concert with his own mind rather than alongside it. He could access their knowledge without the mental equivalent of committee meetings, drawing on centuries of magical experience as naturally as breathing. "Your magical signature has stabilized," Dumbledore observed during one of their private sessions. "The initial fluctuations have settled into a coherent pattern." "Most impressive." "It feels different," Harry acknowledged. "More unified. Like they're part of me now, not separate entities living in my head." Precisely as the ritual was intended to work, Dumbledore nodded approvingly. Though few historical cases achieved such complete integration. "Your mother's modifications to the traditional ritual must have facilitated this outcome. Or maybe it's just Harry being Harry," Ron suggested from where he was practicing nearby. "Doing the impossible seems to be his specialty." Harry threw a wadded-up parchment at his friend, but the observation lingered in his mind. Throughout his life, he'd managed things that should have been beyond him, surviving the killing curse, producing a corporeal Patronus at 13, resisting the Imperious curse, and now integrating multiple ancestral consciousnesses without the fragmentation Croker had predicted. "It's not mere luck or exceptionalism," Iolanthe clarified, sensing his thoughts. "It's your fundamental nature, your capacity to love without reservation, to accept help without surrendering autonomy, to lead without dominating. These qualities create natural harmony between your consciousness and ours." The insight was both humbling and empowering. It suggested that his greatest strength wasn't raw magical power or even ancestral knowledge, but something more intrinsically human, the ability to connect, to integrate, to find balance between seemingly opposing forces. This understanding crystallized one evening in late April during a practice duel with Dumbledore himself. The headmaster had suggested it as a way to test Harry's progress, and despite initial trepidation, Harry had agreed. Their magical combat was like nothing the others had ever witnessed, not just in power, which was considerable, but in its intricate complexity. Dumbledore wielded century-old spells with innovative applications, while Harry responded with ancestral techniques adapted to counter modern magical theory. Neither fully dominated, each found and exploited momentary advantages before the other adjusted. After 20 minutes of increasingly elaborate exchanges that left spectators wide-eyed, Dumbledore called a halt. "Magnificent," he said, barely winded despite the intensity of their duel. "You've achieved something remarkable, Harry, not merely accessing ancestral knowledge but synthesizing it with your own instincts and contemporary magical education." Harry, breathing harder but feeling exhilarated rather than exhausted, recognized the truth in Dumbledore's assessment. He hadn't been simply channeling ancestral techniques, he'd been creating new approaches that combined multiple magical traditions with his own intuitive understanding. "It's like flying," he realized aloud. "When I'm on a broom, I don't consciously think about every move. I just respond. This is starting to feel the same way." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "An apt analogy. You've moved beyond the stage of deliberate implementation to true integration." His expression grew more serious. "Which is fortunate, as I believe our time for preparation draws short." The abrupt shift in tone caught everyone's attention. "You've heard something?" Hermione asked sharply. Multiple reports, Dumbledore confirmed. Voldemort has recalled all his forces from peripheral operations. Death Eater sightings have ceased entirely for the past 3 days. Severus reports increased security around Voldemort's current headquarters, with only the inner circle permitted direct access. Classic pre-offensive consolidation, Ron identified immediately, his strategic mind analyzing the pattern. He's preparing for a major operation. Hogwarts, Harry said with certainty. He's coming here. Dumbledore nodded gravely. I believe so. The question is not if, but when and how. How soon? Malfoy asked, his face paler than usual. Days, not weeks, Dumbledore replied. Perhaps as early as this weekend. The reality of imminent battle settled over the group. They had trained for this, prepared as thoroughly as possible, but the abstract threat was suddenly concrete and immediate. We need to finalize evacuation plans for younger students, Hermione said, immediately practical. And set up medical response stations in secure locations, Neville added. The house elves should move food reserves to the designated safe areas, Ron suggested. As they began rapid-fire planning, Harry felt a strange calm descend over him. The moment he'd been preparing for since learning the prophecy was approaching, but he no longer feared it as he once had. Whatever came, he wouldn't face it alone, not just because of his friend's support or his ancestors' guidance, but because he had finally integrated all aspects of himself, the orphaned boy who had grown up unloved, the Gryffindor who had found family at Hogwarts, the prophesied opponent of Voldemort, and now the heir to a magical legacy greater than he had ever imagined. We'll be ready, he said simply, interrupting the increasingly detailed tactical discussion. Whatever comes, we face it together. The absolute conviction in his voice silenced the room. Even Dumbledore seemed momentarily taken aback by the quiet authority Harry projected. Yes, the headmaster agreed after a moment. I believe we will. The attack came at dawn on the last Sunday of April, heralded not by explosive assault but by an unnatural silence. The birds that usually welcomed morning with enthusiastic chorus fell quiet. The Whomping Willow, visible from the astronomy tower where Harry had taken to watching the sunrise, froze mid-sway. Even the wind itself seemed to hold its breath. They're here, Harry said simply to Ron, who had joined him for the early watch. He activated the enchanted galleon that would alert their core group and the DA leaders simultaneously. By the time they reached the entrance hall, the castle's ancient defenses had already activated. Suits of armor moved into pre-assigned positions. Staircases locked into defensive configurations. Portraits throughout the castle relayed information about troop movements outside the grounds. Dumbledore appeared moments later, accompanied by McGonagall and Flitwick. Death Eaters have breached the outer ward line, he confirmed. They're using something to suppress the alarm systems. We'd have had no warning if not for your watch, Harry. How many? Harry asked, his mind already calculating defensive positions. At least 50 Death Eaters, McGonagall replied grimly. Plus giants, 3, possibly 4, approaching from the forest side. Dementors circling above, though the castle's inner wards are keeping them at bay for now. And Voldemort? Harry pressed. Not yet visible, Dumbledore said. But certainly directing the operation. He will make his entrance when he believes it will have maximum impact. The rest of their core group arrived in rapid succession, followed by the 7th-year prefects who would coordinate evacuation of younger students through the Room of Requirement to the Hogshead Passage. Order members stationed in Hogsmeade were already moving into supporting positions outside the castle grounds. Remember the plan, Harry reminded everyone as they prepared to move to their assigned stations. No heroics, no solo actions. Work in your designated pairs and maintain communication through the enchanted galleons. The calm, organized response was a testament to their preparation. There was fear, certainly, only a fool wouldn't fear what was coming, but it was channeled into purposeful action rather than panic. Harry, Ron, and Hermione would form the mobile response team, moving to wherever the fighting was most intense. Neville, Luna, and Professor Sprout would coordinate the medical response from a fortified classroom near the Great Hall. Ginny and Malfoy, whose complementary fighting styles had proven surprisingly effective, would defend the main entrance alongside Professors Flitwick and McGonagall. Dumbledore would engage Voldemort directly when he appeared. As students hurried through the hall toward evacuation routes, Harry caught Malfoy's arm. "Your mother, I know," Malfoy cut him off, his face set in grim lines. "If he brought her as leverage, I still fight for our side." "She'd want that." Harry nodded, respecting both the decision and the courage it required. "Watch Ginny's left side. She overextends sometimes. And she can watch my right," Malfoy replied with a hint of his old smirk. "We've got it covered, Potter. Go do your hero thing." The first assault came against the greenhouses and the west wall, a diversionary attack designed to draw defenders away from the main entrance. Harry, monitoring the castle's defenses through a modified version of the Marauders map they developed, wasn't fooled. "They want us to split our forces," he told Dumbledore as they watched Death Eaters engaging the exterior wards. "The real attack will come through the main gates or from above." "Agreed," Dumbledore said. "Minerva, send only the minimum necessary response to the west wall. Filius, activate the gargoyle sentinels." Throughout the castle, stone gargoyles that had perched motionless for centuries suddenly animated, spreading wings and launching into defensive positions along the battlements. For nearly an hour, this probing pattern continued, Death Eaters testing different entry points, giants hurling boulders against the outer walls, Dementors searching for weaknesses in the atmospheric wards. The defenders responded precisely as they had practiced, conserving strength while ensuring no single point became vulnerable. Then, as the sun cleared the horizon and bathed the castle in golden light, a singular crack of apparition echoed across the grounds, a sound that should have been impossible given Hogwarts' anti-apparition protections. Lord Voldemort stood at the edge of the lake, alone and terrible in the morning light. His tall, skeletal figure seemed to absorb the sunlight rather than reflect it, creating an unnatural shadow that stretched toward the castle like a pointing finger. Harry Potter, his magically amplified voice carried effortlessly to every corner of the grounds and castle. "I know you can hear me. You have played at power, dabbled in magics beyond your understanding. Now face the consequences of your presumption." Harry moved to a window overlooking the grounds, flanked by Ron and Hermione. Through his scar, he could sense Voldemort's emotions, cold rage masking deeper humiliation and, unexpectedly, fear. "He fears what you've become," Ralston observed. "He cannot understand ancestral magic because he has rejected his own heritage, severed himself from his bloodline through Horcruxes. Come out, Potter," Voldemort continued. "Face me directly, or watch as I dismantle your precious school stone by stone, killing everyone inside." To emphasize his threat, he raised his wand toward the astronomy tower. A jet of purple light struck the ancient structure, and though the castle's wards absorbed most of the impact, stone cracked and a portion of the parapet crumbled away. "I need to go down there," Harry said quietly. "Harry, no." Hermione protested. "That's exactly what he wants, to isolate you from our defenses." "I'm not suggesting we abandon the plan," Harry clarified. "But I need to draw his attention while our counteroffensive moves into position." Ron studied the map, where labeled dots showed their forces preparing for coordinated action. "Another 10 minutes and we'll be ready." 10 minutes of him bombarding the castle, Harry pointed out. "I can buy that time." Before they could argue further, Dumbledore appeared beside them. "Harry is right," he said gravely. "We must engage Voldemort directly while our strategy develops. But not alone." He placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. "We go together." The decision made, they moved quickly toward the main entrance. As they passed the Great Hall, Harry caught glimpses of their preparations, students and teachers alike in defensive positions, Order members coordinating with Aurors who had arrived as reinforcements, healing stations ready to receive casualties. Outside, the morning air felt unnaturally still, charged with magical tension. Harry and Dumbledore walked side by side down the stone steps, presenting a unified front that clearly gave Voldemort pause, his wand, raised for another assault on the castle, lowered slightly as they approached. "Tom," Dumbledore called, his voice carrying without magical amplification. "This needless destruction solves nothing. Even if you managed to defeat us today, you would only rule ruins." "Spare me your platitudes, old man," Voldemort replied coldly. "I come for the boy and what he has taken. The school is merely collateral." Harry took another step forward, subtly positioning himself to draw Voldemort's attention. "I haven't taken anything from you, Voldemort. I've claimed my own heritage, nothing more." "Liar." Voldemort's control slipped, raw fury bleeding into his voice. "I felt it, the power that should have been mine. The Gaunt bloodline was mine to claim, not yours to corrupt with your half-blood taint." "He still doesn't understand," Iolanthe realized. "He thinks you somehow stole Slytherin's bloodline magic from him, rather than awakening your own separate inheritance." The misunderstanding was telling. Voldemort, obsessed with his connection to Salazar Slytherin, couldn't conceive that Harry's ancestral magic had nothing to do with stealing or claiming Slytherin's power. "Your mother was a Gaunt," Harry acknowledged, keeping his voice steady as he sensed movement behind Voldemort, their forces beginning to encircle his position as planned. "But that doesn't make you heir to everything the Gaunts ever touched. Blood magic doesn't work that way." "And what would you know of blood magic?" Voldemort sneered. "You, raised by Muggles, ignorant of your heritage until Dumbledore's lapdog delivered your Hogwarts letter?" "I know more than you think," Harry replied. "For instance, I know that creating Horcruxes severed your connection to your own ancestral magic. Each fragment of soul you broke away weakened your bloodline resonance. That's why Corvinus could influence you so easily, you've got nothing left to resist with." The direct hit landed visibly, Voldemort's face contorted with fury and something like shock. Clearly, he hadn't expected Harry to understand the magical consequences of soul fragmentation. "Enough talk," Voldemort snarled, raising his wand. "Let us see what your borrowed power can do against the heir of Slytherin." The duel that followed defied conventional description. It began as a three-way exchange, Voldemort against Harry and Dumbledore, but quickly evolved into something more complex as Death Eaters swarmed from concealed positions and Hogwarts defenders emerged in response. Harry found himself drawing on ancestral combat techniques without conscious thought, his magic flowing in patterns that adapted moment by moment to Voldemort's increasingly erratic attacks. The Dark Lord fought with desperate ferocity, as if trying to prove something not just to his followers but to himself. "You cannot win, Potter," Voldemort hissed during a momentary lull, as combatants on both sides regrouped. Around them, the Hogwarts grounds had become a chaotic battlefield, giants engaging Grawp and Hagrid near the forest edge, Dementors being driven back by multiple patron uses, Death Eaters dueling Order members and older students in skirmishes across the lawn. "This isn't about winning," Harry replied, maintaining his defensive stance. "It's about ending what you started. It's about choice, not destiny." "Choice?" Voldemort laughed coldly. "You performed an ancient ritual out of desperation, awakening powers you barely understand. Where was choice in that?" "The ritual was my choice," Harry countered. "How I use its gifts is my choice. That's the difference between us, Tom. You've always been driven by fear, fear of death, fear of being ordinary, fear of your own heritage. I chose to embrace mine." Voldemort's response was a barrage of increasingly dark curses, forcing Harry to draw on his most advanced defensive techniques. Dumbledore, engaged with Bellatrix and two other Inner Circle members nearby, could offer only sporadic support. As the battle intensified, Harry became aware of a subtle change in Voldemort's tactics. The Dark Lord was no longer simply trying to kill him, he was attempting to drive him toward the castle, away from the open grounds. "He's hurting you," James Potter warned. "He has a specific destination in mind." Harry recognized the strategy but decided to allow it, curious about Voldemort's objective. Maintaining defensive pressure while appearing to gradually give ground, he let himself be maneuvered toward the castle's main entrance. Ron and Hermione, fighting nearby against Dolohov and Rookwood, caught his eye briefly. A subtle hand signal conveyed his intention: follow but don't interfere unless absolutely necessary. As they approached the entrance hall, the pattern became clearer. Voldemort was systematically eliminating other combatants from their vicinity, either by having his Death Eaters engage them or by casting wide-area hexes that forced people to scatter. "Running back to safety, Potter?" Voldemort taunted, his red eyes gleaming with malicious purpose. "Perhaps we should find somewhere more intimate for our final confrontation." With a powerful blasting curse that collapsed part of the entryway, forcing defenders to focus on rescuing those caught in the debris, Voldemort created a momentary opening. He lunged forward with inhuman speed, grabbing Harry's arm before he could fully react. "Let's finish where it all began," Voldemort hissed, and Harry felt the distinctive pull of sidelong apparition, something that should have been impossible within Hogwarts. They rematerialized in a cavernous chamber with high stone pillars and dim, greenish lighting. The Chamber of Secrets, looking exactly as it had 4 years earlier when Harry had confronted the basilisk and the memory of Tom Riddle. "How?" Harry began, disoriented by the sudden translocation. "Did you think I wouldn't create my own exceptions to the castle's apparition wards?" Voldemort said, circling Harry predatorily. "I discovered this chamber as a student. I've had decades to attune its magic to my own." Harry adjusted quickly, centering himself and assessing the tactical situation. The chamber offered few cover options but excellent lines of sight. Its ancient magic hummed at a different frequency than the rest of Hogwarts, more primal and less structured. "Why here?" Harry asked, playing for time as he reached out to his ancestors for guidance on the chamber's unique magical properties. "Symbolism, Potter," Voldemort replied, continuing his slow circuit. "The heir of Slytherin against the last Potter. Blood against blood." And more practically, he gestured to the grand, empty space, "No interfering old men or children to save you. The chamber contains its own magic," Iolanthe informed Harry rapidly. "Salazar built it as a ritual space as much as a sanctuary. The ambient energy here responds to blood connections. Which gives Voldemort an advantage as Slytherin's heir," Harry reasoned. "Not necessarily," Ralston countered. "The Potters defeated magical usurpers for centuries. Your bloodline carries protective magic specifically designed to counter blood-based domination." Harry processed this information while maintaining a defensive stance against Voldemort, who seemed content to prolong the psychological pressure before attacking. "No ancestral voices to guide you now, Potter?" Voldemort mocked, apparently mistaking Harry's internal consultation for confusion. "Perhaps they've abandoned you, recognizing the futility of your position." "They're still here," Harry replied calmly. "They just find your obsession with Slytherin rather sad, to be honest. There's more to magical heritage than one founder's legacy." Voldemort's face contorted with rage. "Slytherin was the greatest of the founders. His blood flows in my veins. Along with your Muggle fathers," Harry pointed out deliberately. "Something you've never reconciled with your blood purity propaganda." The taunt had its intended effect. Voldemort attacked with blinding speed, casting 3 killing curses in rapid succession. Harry didn't attempt to block the unblockable; instead, he used a movement technique from a 14th century ancestral duelist, seeming to flow like water between the deadly green jets. Their duel escalated quickly, the chamber's cavernous space filling with multicolored light as increasingly complex magic collided and rebounded. Harry found himself fighting more intuitively than ever before, ancestral knowledge and his own instincts merging seamlessly. Voldemort's initial confidence began to falter as Harry not only defended successfully but launched his own creative counterattacks. The Dark Lord had expected either the moderately talented student he remembered or a puppet controlled by ancestral presences. Instead, he faced an integrated magical presence that combined historical knowledge with youthful adaptability. "What are you?" Voldemort demanded after Harry deflected a particularly nasty curse with a shield technique no living wizard should have known. "Just Harry Potter," Harry replied simply, pressing his advantage with a combination attack that forced Voldemort to retreat several steps. With a little help from family. The fight continued to intensify, both combatants drawing on increasingly esoteric magic as conventional approaches proved insufficient. The chamber itself began to respond to their power, ancient runes carved into the stone pillars glowing with activation as ambient magic levels rose. The chamber is awakening, Iolanthe warned. Salazar built feedback mechanisms into its structure. The more power expended here, the more the chamber itself amplifies that power. Harry realized the danger immediately. An escalating magical feedback loop could eventually destabilize the entire structure, potentially collapsing not just the chamber but portions of the castle above. "We need to end this, Tom," he called out, momentarily pausing his offensive to conserve energy. "The chamber can't sustain this level of magical discharge." "Concerned for the school, Potter?" Voldemort sneered, though Harry noted he was breathing heavily, his normally graceful movements becoming slightly labored. "How touching. But unnecessary. The chamber has contained far greater power than you can imagine." "Not like this," Harry insisted, gesturing to the glowing runes that were now pulsing with increasing brightness. "You're not in control of it anymore. The magic is building toward critical resonance." Voldemort glanced at the runes, momentary uncertainty crossing his serpentine features before his arrogance reasserted itself. "Then we shall see who falls first, you, me, or Hogwarts itself." With renewed fury, Voldemort launched another offensive, but Harry recognized a subtle shift in his strategy. His spells now targeted the chamber's supporting structures as much as Harry himself, deliberately exacerbating the magical buildup. "If I cannot have my rightful place," Voldemort snarled, "then let it all crumble." The chamber shuddered ominously, water from the surrounding pipes beginning to spray through widening cracks in the ancient stone. The massive face of Salazar Slytherin carved into the far wall began to fracture, pieces of stone crashing to the floor. Harry realized with sick clarity that Voldemort had shifted to a scorched earth approach. If he couldn't win conventionally, he would bring down the chamber and potentially part of the castle with it, regardless of the cost. "What can we do?" Harry asked his ancestors desperately. "There must be a way to stabilize the chamber. Blood magic created this place. Blood magic can calm it," Iolanthe replied. "But it would require offering your blood freely to the chamber itself, a dangerous proposition with Voldemort present." "There is another approach," new voice joined the internal conversation, one Harry recognized with surprise as Godric Gryffindor, a presence that had remained largely dormant until now. "Salazar and I disagreed on many things, but we built failsafes into each other's domains. My blood flows in your veins as well, Potter." Understanding bloomed in Harry's mind. The founders, for all their eventual disagreements, had initially worked together to create Hogwarts. They would have anticipated the possibility of their creations being misused or damaged. As Voldemort continued his destructive assault, Harry made a momentary tactical retreat behind one of the massive pillars. There, hidden briefly from view, he slashed his palm with a quick cutting charm and pressed his bleeding hand against the stone floor. "Hogwarts, I offer this freely," he whispered, channeling Godric's knowledge of the castle's deepest magic. "Blood of the founders, blood freely given. Stabilize and protect." For a heart-stopping moment, nothing happened. Then the floor beneath his hand began to glow with a warm, golden light that spread outward in concentric circles, intersecting with and gradually overriding the ominous green glow of the destabilizing runes. "What have you done?" Voldemort demanded, sensing the change in the chamber's magical resonance. Harry emerged from behind the pillar, his bleeding hand still glowing faintly with golden light. "Reminded the castle who it truly serves. Not Slytherin alone, not Gryffindor alone, but all who call Hogwarts home." The chamber had begun to stabilize, the cracks in the stone sealing themselves, the water retreating back into the pipes. But Voldemort's fury had reached new heights. "You think yourself worthy to command Salazar's domain," he shrieked, his voice losing its usual cold control. "You are nothing. A lucky child playing with powers beyond his comprehension." "I'm not commanding anything," Harry replied calmly. I asked, and Hogwarts responded. That's the difference between us, Tom. You've always tried to dominate magic. I've learned to work with it. With a howl of rage, Voldemort launched his most devastating attack yet, not the killing curse, which had failed him against Harry too many times, but a complex dark ritual spell that drew on the ambient magic of the chamber itself, channeling it into a maelstrom of destructive force. Harry recognized he couldn't block this conventionally. Instead, drawing on multiple ancestral sources simultaneously, he cast a reflection charm of ancient design, not to return the spell to its caster, but to diffuse its energy safely into the chamber's now stabilized magical framework. The collision of these complex magics created a spectacular discharge of light and sound that momentarily blinded both combatants. When Harry's vision cleared, he found Voldemort on one knee, visibly weakened by the backlash of his own spell against the chamber's renewed protections. "It's over, Tom," Harry said, maintaining his defensive posture but not pressing the advantage. "The chamber won't let you destroy it, and you've exhausted yourself trying." "It's never over," Voldemort snarled, though his voice lacked its usual power. "I cannot be defeated. I cannot die." "Because of the Horcruxes?" Harry asked quietly. "They're gone, Tom. All of them." Voldemort's red eyes widened in genuine shock. "Impossible. Dumbledore found and destroyed most of them," Harry continued, watching Voldemort's reactions carefully. "The ring, the locket, the cup, the diadem. I destroyed the diary years ago without even knowing what it was. Nagini was the last. The Order eliminated her during the battle upstairs while you were focused on me. It was a calculated bluff. Dumbledore had indeed destroyed the ring and located several other Horcruxes, but they hadn't yet found all of them. Harry needed Voldemort to believe they had, to create doubt and fear where previously there had been only supreme confidence. The strategy worked better than he could have hoped. Voldemort's face contorted with a mixture of disbelief and terror. He reached out through whatever dark connections linked him to his soul fragments, searching for the reassurance of their continued existence. In that moment of distraction, Harry made his move, not with a killing curse or offensive spell, but with the most powerful diagnostic charm in his ancestral repertoire, one designed specifically to assess the integrity of magical bindings. The spell struck Voldemort directly in the chest, causing no visible damage but providing Harry with a comprehensive magical reading of Voldemort's current state. What he saw confirmed Dumbledore's long-held theory: Voldemort's soul was dangerously unstable, held together by increasingly tenuous magical bindings that strained with each emotional extreme. "You've torn yourself apart so completely," Harry said softly, genuine pity in his voice. "There's hardly anything left to hold together." "Lies." Voldemort struggled to his feet, but his movements were uncoordinated, his magic fluctuating erratically. "I am immortal. I am Lord Voldemort." "You're Tom Riddle," Harry countered, "a brilliant wizard who could have been great, truly great, but chose to mutilate his own soul out of fear." Harry raised his wand, not for a killing stroke but for something more profound, a spell Iolanthe had developed centuries ago, designed not to destroy but to reveal the truth of a person's magical nature to themselves. "Animus Revelio," Harry intoned, and a gentle silver light enveloped Voldemort. The effect was devastating in its simplicity. For perhaps the first time since childhood, Tom Riddle saw himself clearly, not the powerful Dark Lord of his own mythology, but the fragmented, diminished being he had become. Every self-inflicted wound to his soul, every severed connection to his own humanity, became viscerally apparent to him. Voldemort screamed, not in rage but in something like despair. The sound echoed through the chamber, a primal expression of loss and recognition too late to matter. In that moment of clarity, the magical bindings holding his fractured soul together began to unravel naturally. Without Horcruxes to anchor the fragments, without the self-deception that had maintained his identity, Tom Riddle began to disintegrate from within. "What is happening to me?" he gasped, staring at his hands as they became translucent, magic leaking from his form like light through cracked glass. "Your soul is completing the separation you began," Harry explained quietly. Without your Horcruxes, without your illusions, there's not enough left to maintain physical form. No, Voldemort whispered, more Tom Riddle now than Dark Lord. I can't, I don't want, I know, Harry said, and meant it. Despite everything, he could pity this diminished fragment of what had once been a promising wizard. But it's your own magic unraveling, not mine. I can't stop it, even if I wanted to. Voldemort, or what remained of him, sank to his knees as his form continued to fade. His red eyes, the last distinct feature of his appearance, fixed on Harry with a complex mixture of hatred, fear, and something almost like curiosity. Does it hurt? He asked finally, his voice barely audible. Dying? Harry remembered Sirius falling through the veil, thought of his parents' sacrifices, considered all those who had passed beyond with dignity and courage. No, he replied gently. Quicker and easier than falling asleep, I think. Whether Tom Riddle found comfort in that answer, Harry would never know. With a final release of magical energy that briefly illuminated the entire chamber, Lord Voldemort ceased to exist, not destroyed by a killing curse or offensive magic, but undone by the consequences of his own choices, revealed to himself in a moment of inescapable clarity. The silence that followed was profound. Harry stood alone in the Chamber of Secrets, his wand still raised, his ancestors quiet within his mind as if observing a moment of respect not for Voldemort, but for the tragedy of Tom Riddle, a powerful wizard who had chosen the wrong path and paid the ultimate price. The quiet was broken by distant sounds of footsteps and voices calling his name. Ron and Hermione had found their way to the chamber somehow, joined by Dumbledore and others from the battle above. Harry. Hermione's voice echoed through the entrance tunnel. Harry, are you all right? I'm here, he called back, suddenly aware of his exhaustion, both magical and emotional. It's over. He's gone. They burst into the chamber moments later, wands drawn, ready to join a battle that had already ended. Their expressions shifted from determination to disbelief as they found Harry standing alone, no sign of Voldemort except a faint, dissipating magical residue in the air. You did it, Ron said in awe. You actually did it. Not the way anyone expected, Harry replied, holstering his wand. Not even me. Dumbledore approached slowly, his piercing blue eyes taking in every detail of the scene. What happened, Harry? He unraveled, Harry explained simply. His soul was too fragmented without the Horcruxes to anchor it. All it took was making him see himself clearly, and the bindings couldn't hold anymore. The headmaster nodded thoughtfully. A fitting end. Tom Riddle spent his life fleeing from truth, his own mortality, his mixed heritage, his fundamental humanity. To be undone by that truth rather than external force represents a certain balance. Is it really over? Ginny asked, entering the chamber with Neville and Luna close behind. Her face was pale but determined, confronting the space where she had nearly died 4 years earlier. Yes, Harry confirmed. His body didn't just die, his magical essence disintegrated completely. There's nothing left to come back this time. The group stood in silence for a moment, absorbing the reality that the war that had shaped their lives, in some cases since before their births, had ended not with apocalyptic destruction but with a quiet dissolution. The battle upstairs? Harry asked, suddenly concerned about casualties. Turning in our favor when we came looking for you, Dumbledore assured him. When word spreads that Voldemort is truly gone, I expect the remaining Death Eaters will either surrender or flee. What about Malfoy's mother? Harry remembered suddenly. Safe, Luna said with her usual directness. She was being held at the Death Eater camp in the forest. Professor Lupin's team freed her and the other hostages. Relief washed over Harry. They had won, not without cost, he was sure, but perhaps with fewer losses than feared. The weight of prophecy, of expectation, of destiny, lifted from his shoulders like a physical burden removed. As they made their way out of the chamber, Harry felt his ancestors stirring within his consciousness, not speaking directly, but conveying feelings of completion and pride that transcended words. Thank you, he told them silently. All of you. I couldn't have done this without you. You could have, James Potter's voice replied, unusually clear. That's what makes you worthy of the heritage you carry. You never needed us to be extraordinary, Harry. We just helped you find what was already there. The simple truth of that statement resonated deeply as they emerged from the chamber into a castle that, while bearing battle scars, still stood proud against the morning sky. Hogwarts had endured, as it had for 1,000 years, adapting to each crisis without losing its essential character. In that, Harry realized, the castle reflected its students and defenders, changed by conflict, certainly, but not defined by it. They would rebuild, remember, and move forward, carrying their heritage without being imprisoned by it. The weeks following Voldemort's defeat brought both celebration and sobering reflection. The wizarding world rejoiced in its liberation from fear, but many families mourned losses from the final battle. Hogwarts itself became a symbol of resilience, damaged but standing, its great hall transformed first into a field hospital and later into a memorial space where the names of the fallen were honored. For Harry, the transition from wartime to peace brought unexpected challenges. The ancestral presences that had been so active during the conflict gradually settled into a more balanced arrangement within his consciousness, still accessible when needed but no longer dominating his awareness as they had during the crisis. It's like they're giving me space, he explained to Ron and Hermione as they sat by the lake on a warm May afternoon. They're still there if I reach for them, but they're letting me figure out what comes next on my own. That makes sense, Hermione said thoughtfully. They awaken to help you face a specific threat. Now that it's resolved, they're respecting your autonomy. Bet they're exhausted anyway, Ron added practically. Keeping up with your life must be tiring even for dead people. Harry laughed, a free, genuine sound that still felt novel after years of tension. They do complain about modern magical education sometimes. Apparently, we're all undertrained by historical standards. Shocking, Hermione said dryly, but her smile showed she was relieved to see Harry adjusting so well. The ministry was still in flux, reorganizing after both Voldemort's infiltration and the revelations about the Department of Mystery's unauthorized operations. Kingsley Shacklebolt had been appointed interim minister, bringing a much-needed steadiness to the transition. His first official act had been to award Orders of Merlin to all who had fought in the Battle of Hogwarts, first class to Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Luna, and Ginny, second class to Draco Malfoy, a controversial but symbolically important recognition, and the other student defenders. Director Croker had been quietly removed from the Department of Mysteries, though Harry suspected the Unspeakable still maintained interest in his ancestral abilities. A formal agreement, negotiated through Dumbledore, established boundaries. Harry would share certain historical knowledge gained from his ancestors for academic purposes, while the department pledged not to pursue research into blood rituals without oversight. Have you decided about next year? Hermione asked, interrupting Harry's reflections. McGonagall says we can either repeat our 6th year properly or take special examinations to advance directly to 7th year. Haven't decided, Harry admitted. Part of me wants a normal year at Hogwarts, just classes and Quidditch and ordinary stuff. But another part feels like I've moved beyond that somehow. You could probably pass your NEWTS right now if you wanted, Ron pointed out. With all that ancestral knowledge floating around in your head. That's just it, Harry said, plucking absently at the grass beside him. I don't want to rely on their knowledge for everything. I want to figure out what I know, what I can do myself. That's very wise, Harry, Luna's dreamy voice interrupted as she approached and settled gracefully on the grass beside them. The ancestors gave you tools, not answers. Harry smiled at her unexpected insight. Exactly. I need to find my own path forward, not just follow theirs. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Ginny and Neville, followed shortly by Malfoy, who still maintained a certain distance from the group despite their shared experiences. The unlikely alliance forged in crisis had evolved into a cautious friendship, or at least a respectful coexistence. Letter from my mother, Malfoy announced without preamble, holding up a parchment. The Wisingamot has officially cleared her of all charges and unfrozen enough of our assets to maintain the manor. That's good news, Harry said sincerely. Narcissa Malfoy's situation had weighed on him. Whatever her faults, she had been as much Voldemort's victim as his supporter by the end. She also says to tell Potter, Malfoy paused, clearly uncomfortable with delivering the message, that the Black family tapestry has updated itself. Apparently, you're now listed with some new designation she's never seen before. What designation? Hermione asked curiously. Malfoy shrugged. Something about, Bloodline Restorer or some such ancestral nonsense. Mother says it's the first new classification on the tapestry in over 3 centuries. Harry absorbed this information with mixed feelings. The ancient magical tapestry recognizing his awakening of dormant family magic was significant, but it also represented another label, another way he stood apart. Just what you needed, Ron said with a grin. Another title for the collection. At least this one's just on a tapestry most people will never see, Harry replied. Better than, the Bloodline Defender splashed across the prophet. They all laughed, even Malfoy managing a reluctant smile. The afternoon sun caught the surface of the lake, sending patterns of reflected light dancing across their faces, a simple, peaceful moment that would have seemed impossible just weeks earlier. As their conversation drifted to summer plans and rebuilding efforts, Harry felt a profound sense of possibility opening before him. For the first time in his life, his future wasn't defined by prophecy or threat or destiny. He could choose his own path, informed by his heritage but not controlled by it. That is the true gift of ancestry, Iolanthe's voice murmured softly in his mind. Not power or knowledge alone, but context for your own journey. We are the foundation, not the ceiling, of what you may become. Harry smiled at the wisdom in her words. His ritual had awakened more than magical abilities or ancestral voices, it had awakened a deeper understanding of himself. He was neither just Harry Potter, the boy who lived, nor Harry Potter, vessel for ancestral power, but something unique forged from both experiences and entirely his own. As the sun began to set over Hogwarts, casting the ancient castle in golden light that illuminated both its battle scars and its enduring majesty, Harry felt completely present in the moment, connected to his past, engaged with his present, and open to his future. The blood had spoken, awakening a legacy greater than he'd imagined. But the voice that would define that legacy's future was unmistakably his own. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.